Welcome back, everybody. I hope that we all had great late lunch breaks. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes. We are back. So let's move right along. We're still, I believe we're with Counselor Fatikas. Yes, that's right. So let's go to 249-21-Z and 250-21-Z. And I know these next few do not have objectors, so I think that we can streamline them a bit.
I will do my best, Chair. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Kevin and Rachel Price. The Prices own and live at the subject property at 1839 North Levitt Street. On its own, the subject lot measures 24 feet wide by only 100 feet deep. And it's improved with a two-story single-family home with an attached one-car garage located at the rear. Although the home is over 100 years old, the attached one-car garage was permitted as an addition by the home's prior owner back in 2015. And as part of that permit process, variations were actually approved by the zoning board to permit the specifically attached garage design. And Chair, again, copies of the resolutions from ZBA calendar numbers 153 and 154-15Z were included in our finding of fact submittal. The point is that the existing home is non-conforming, but legal non-conforming based on the variations that were approved by the board back in 2015. Now, within the last year, Kevin and Rachel were able to purchase the neighboring lot at 1835 North Levitt. That lot also measures 24 feet wide by only 100 feet deep, and until recently it had been improved with a framed single-family home and a detached two-car garage with a roof deck located above it. The Prices have taken down that building, and they plan to incorporate that adjacent parcel into their zoning lot at 1839 North Levitt. As part of their program, the applicants are also proposing to replace the detached garage and roof deck that were at the rear of 1835 North Levitt with the rear addition to their home. The idea is to expand the garage to a true two-car size and provide the family with additional living space, both inside and outside, to use and enjoy. In order to permit the design, we're seeking variations to reduce the side, rear, and combined side setbacks, as well as relocate 312 square feet of open space to the roof deck proposed above the garage. I have two witnesses on behalf of our applicants, Mr. Kevin Price, and our project architect, Mr. Steve Plazik. And with that, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Here, do you want to swear in Mr. Price?
Yeah, Mr. Price, will you state your name and address, please?
Kevin Price, 1839 North Levitt Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
Kevin, again, you and your family own the subject property at 1839 North Levitt.
Yes.
That property measures 24 feet wide by 100 feet deep.
Yes.
And again, it's improved with a two-story single-family home and an attached one-car garage at the rear. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's currently a roof deck above the one-car garage.
Yes.
As I stated in my introduction, you and your wife were recently able to purchase the neighboring lot at 1835.
Yes.
Again, it's a 24 by 100 foot lot.
Yes.
And your plan, actually, you're in the process of taking down the existing structures so that you could do an addition to your current home, again, at 1839.
Yes.
If it's permitted, the project would join the two parcels together as one zoning lot, correct?
Correct.
And again, as we testified to in your findings of fact submittal, you're doing this to enlarge the garage as well as add additional living space for you and your family.
Yes.
Kevin, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Steve, are you on as well?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, Steve, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. It's Steve Plazak, 4043 North Ravenswood, Suite 207, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thanks.
And again, Steve, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, and
Yes,
you've testified in that capacity before this board previously. Is that right?
that's correct.
And you designed the program for basically the rear addition at 1839 North Levitt that would extend onto the rear of the property at 1835 North Levitt.
That is correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the existing non-conforming building footprint at 1839 North Levitt, albeit a legal non-conforming condition, together with the substandard zoning lot dimensions and the general pattern of development in the immediate area, create the particular hardships necessitating the requested relief?
Yes,
And again, with respect to the north side setback, that's an existing condition.
correct.
With respect to the rear setback, that's also an existing condition. We're basically trying to follow the existing garage wall line due south. Is that right?
That is correct.
And with respect to the south side setback, what we're trying to do is capture the width of the lot, which again is substandard at only 24 feet.
Correct.
And again, the entire design in many respects was really set to mirror or mimic the existing detached garage and roof deck at the rear of the property.
Correct.
And although we're asking for a technical reduction in 312 square feet of open space, your plan actually provides closer to 1,560 square feet of actual open space at grade level. Is that right?
At grade, yes, plus that space on the roof.
So we're well in excess of our we're well in excess of our technical requirement. Is that right? And again, Steve, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members might have about the proposal.
Yeah, real quick. So when you talk about the 1,500 square feet of open space, am I viewing it correctly that that's not on permeable land? That's all.
It would be open yard.
Yeah,
Open
so
yard in front of the addition. What you see in the drawing, the sort of hatched line, that's the addition, which is more or less, as Nick had pointed out, a footprint of a detached garage. And so everything from that point forward is the 1,500 square feet that we're describing at grade. And it would be permeable because it would be mostly lawn, and there would be just a paver patio that would be permeable in front of the structure that's being proposed as the addition.
So Chairman,
Okay.
just to make sure you're clear, the portion of the lot at 1835 at basically the front of the property is going to be an open yard space. There'll then be and that'll be all green space, landscaped green space. There'll be a permeable patio between that and the structure. And then the structure again is intended to mimic or mirror the garage that it's replacing.
Okay, got it. Yep, thank you for the clarification. Other questions from the board? Okay, everyone came back from lunch, so we'll take this under consideration, but thank you everyone for your time today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're moving now to calendar number 251-21-Z at 1325-29 North Artesian.
And Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Kranti Kambampati. Kranti owns the subject property at 1325 through 29 North Artesian. As you can see from the survey and just the aerial, the north half of the lot is improved with a 3-story, 3-unit residential building. The south half is vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to divide the single lot into 2 separate and independent zoning lots so that he could ultimately develop the south lot with a new 4-story, 3-unit residential building. In order to legally divide the existing single zoning lot into two independent zoning lots, variations are required to permit the existing building setbacks, again, at 1329 North Artesian. All of these variations relate to the existing structure at 1329 North Artesian. The proposed new construction building at 1325 North Artesian was designed to meet the code requirements of the underlining RM 4.5 district. There will be two witnesses testifying on behalf, our applicant again, Kranti Kambampati, and our project architect, Powell Gibbous. And with that, I'd like to call my first witness. Kranti, are you on?
Yes, I am on.
Great. Mr. Kambampati, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, this is Kranti Kamampati. Address is 1329 North Artesian Avenue, Chicago, 60622, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
And Kranti, again, it's you own the subject property at 1325 and 1329 North Artesian.
yes,
Again, you're proposing to develop the currently vacant parcel at 1325 North Artesian with a new 4-story, 3-unit residential building. Is that right?
yes,
And the issue is that 1325 and 1329 North Artesian currently share the same zoning lot, right?
yes,
So in order to legally divide the zoning lot so that you can develop 1325, you're seeking variations to permit the existing building at 1329.
yes,
And again, this is simply because we're taking what today is a 48-foot wide lot and narrowing it to 24 feet, correct?
yes,
And as I mentioned in my introduction, the proposed new construction building actually was designed to comply with the underlining RM 4.5 district. Is that right?
yes,
So no additional relief is needed for the new construction building.
yes, that's right.
Kranti, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case? Correct.
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would be.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbous, are you on?
Hello, can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay,
I can.
hi,
How are you?
very good, very good.
Mr. Gibbous, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure, Pavel Gibas, 125 East Lake Street, Suite 106 in Bloomingdale, Illinois, 60108.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And again, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you've testified in that capacity before this board. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
You designed the program for the proposed new construction building at 1325 North Artesian. Is that right?
Correct, correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the existing non-conforming building footprint at 1329 North Artesian, together with the fact that it's a single zoning lot, create the hardship or practical difficulty in this case?
Yes,
And again, it's your general opinion that if the lots are allowed to be divided, the proposed 4-story, 3-unit residential building would be consistent and compatible with the neighboring uses. Is that right?
that's right.
And again, probably for the second or third time, the proposed building was designed to meet the underlying RM 4.5 zoning requirements.
That is correct.
Our efforts today are to obtain variations to permit the existing building's footprint. Is that right?
Yes,
Powell, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
yes,
If you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would be.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members might have about the program.
Great. Any questions from the board? So just to get a little bit of history on the lot, and sorry if any of this is repetitive, but the lots were purchased together, right? as it's one zoning lot? Okay.
Yeah, they've been under common ownership for as far back as we could tell. In fact, the vacant portion was at some point there's a driveway and there's some vehicle access provided. Our plan though reorganizes the parking to make sure that 1325 and 1329 would operate exclusive of one another or independent of one another.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take it under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay. Next up is calendar number 252-21-Z at 1822 North Kedzie.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Kupiak here. Can you hear me?
Yep, Mark, we can. Yep, thank you very much.
Good. I don't know. I think I have the video on, but I can't see myself, but you probably don't need that anyway.
It's a little bit above your head, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. I just, thank you. There we go. Yeah. All right, I am here. Okay, so with that, this is the case for the property at 1822 North Kedzie Avenue. As you said, this is an application for a variation to reduce the rear setback from the required 50 feet. And in this case, the setback is a required 50 feet because this particular lot happens to be 177 feet deep. It's a bit of a unique shape, 25 by 177. So the rear setback is 50 feet as a percentage of the lot depth. So we're looking to reduce it from 50 feet to 0, but only for a 10-foot metal gate at the rear of the property. And the property itself is already improved with an existing 4-unit condo building at the front of the property. And the only relief we're asking for is for this security gate at the rear along the rear lot line of the property. So with that, our team and our witnesses today, I've got Josh Bryant. Josh is the president of the Condo Association, which is the applicant. Josh is also one of the 4-unit owners. We have Anna Wolf. She's the architect and the architect for the permit for this gate only. And I also disclosed 2 realtors. I believe I'm going to have John Burke on the call to corroborate a few of the, address a couple of the criteria. So with that, I would like to just a brief overview. The Condo Association is the applicant. Josh is here as the president of the association and as one of the unit owners. As one of the unit owners, he has one of the 4 parking spaces at the rear of the property. And Josh has the usual concern about security, both for cars and the building, but he's got a special concern about security because Josh has an electric car. So along with his car, he's got charging equipment there by the parking space. So he has a special concern about security. And actually, another one of the 4 unit owners also has an electric car. So security is very special for them. So already improved with a 4-unit condo building, 4 parking spaces required and are existing at the rear. And what we're looking for is permission, zoning permission for the security gate at the rear of the property. And Josh in his affidavit, and he would testify that he bought the condo unit with the gate in existence. After closing, he became aware of a notice of violation where the city sent a violation that there was no permit for the security gate and instructed them that a permit and plans were now required. So we're here today for zoning approval so that the Condo Association could get that permit and put themselves in compliance. The fact that we need a variation is a little bit of a unique circumstance because the code actually specifically says that a garage isn't allowed encroachment in the rear setback. But our security gate, which actually has the appearance of a rear wall of a garage, certainly has the same function. of the rear wall because it's got an overhead door that rolls up to allow access to the parking. But a security gate is not specifically allowed in that section of the code as far as a permissible encroachment in the rear setback. So because the gate's not mentioned, we require the variation, and that's why we're here today. So we think the code section that doesn't address the security gate at all, I think is a little bit of an omission, and maybe the city would address that at some point in the future. I'm not sure prior to 2004 whether these gates were as popular or as prevalent as they are now, but I think they're certainly more common. So our code provision causes us a little bit of a problem. On this issue of essential character, Josh went and took pictures of other buildings in the neighborhood, and with our materials, we did file 19 pictures that Josh took of 19 different buildings in the area that have various types of a security gate at the rear of the property. So he's going to testify this won't change the character of the neighborhood, well within the character. And another unique circumstance is his lot shape. We've got a 25 by 177. We've got 4,400 square feet of lot area that allows the 4 dwelling units, but the 25-foot width of the lot causes a problem here with respect to this parking. So that's a bit of a unique circumstance. The purpose of this is not to make more money. This is to provide security for the 4 people who live there. These are owner-occupied units. There's a problem or situation that has not been created by any of the 4 because none of them built this gate. And the request, the relief we're asking for, very reasonable, definitely will not have a detrimental effect on the neighbors. And specifically, Josh and his people went out and talked to both next door neighbors, and we have a written letter of support from each next door neighbor, and we had submitted that with our materials. In addition, we also notified Alderman LaSpada as a courtesy because it's his ward, and his staff person, chief of staff, advised us that the alderman had no objections to the case or the relief we're asking for. So again, I'll have Josh, I'll have Anna Wolf, our architect, and Realtor John Burks as my witnesses. So that's my overview.
Then let's swear in Josh. So Mr. Bryant, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Josh Bryant, 1822 North Kedzie, Unit 1 West, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
Good, Josh. State your name and address.
Sure. Josh Bryant, 1822 North Kedzie, Unit 1 West, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
And Josh, am I correct that you're appearing here both as the president of the condo association and as one of the unit owners?
That's correct. Yep.
And in order to file our application, your other 3 unit owners did consent to the filing of this application?
They did, yes.
And Josh, also true, they are similarly situated as you are as far as buying their units with this security gate at the rear of the property?
Correct, yes.
So actually, their testimony would be similar to yours if we would have brought them on the call and had them wait until this case was called.
Definitely.
And Mr. Chairman, just a note for the record, we have nobody signed in against us. We have no objectors. We've heard no objection. With my notice, I've had no phone calls on this, so we've had no complaints. That's why we didn't bring in all 4 property owners, because I thought the testimony would be duplicative. Josh, is it true with your condo unit, you've got 1 parking space on site?
Correct. 1 space per unit.
1 space per unit. Also, Josh, true, you have an electric car?
I do.
So you've got charging equipment also by your parking space?
Correct. Yep.
So you've got the usual security concerns of a condo owner as far as secured parking and secured for the building?
Correct. Yep.
But you also have a special concern because you've got your charging equipment back there.
Yes, exactly.
And like everyone else, you read the newspapers and hear the news, and unfortunately, there is a certain amount of crime related to automobiles these days.
Yep.
So
I'd agree.
security is a concern for you and the other 4 unit owners.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 4 units, 4 parking spaces, security gate at the rear of the property. Josh, also correct that after closing, you discovered that there was a notice of violation issued by the city for this security gate?
Correct. Only after we closed.
Only after you closed. And this notice is in fact asking for plans and a permit.
Yes.
And you were advised that we need this zoning approval in order to get that permit.
Yes, I
And
was.
that's why we're here today.
Yep.
Good. Josh, is it true that you took some pictures of other buildings in the neighborhood?
I did. Yes.
Actually, 19 photographs of 19 different buildings
The rears and the gates.
at the rear of each of those 19 buildings, and each of them had a security gate in some fashion.
Yes.
And the design was different, the height was different, the materials were different on each one, but each security gate was along the rear property line.
Yes, exactly.
So Josh, based on that, would you say in your opinion that if this variation is granted, you're allowed to keep the security gate, it will not change the essential character of the neighborhood?
Correct. It will not.
Good. Josh, you paid a price for your condo unit with the security gate in existence, correct?
Correct.
Josh, do you think the security gate adds value to your condo unit?
Definitely, I do.
And Josh, if you were forced to sell your condo unit right now without that security gate, would you have to sell it for less money?
I'm betting I would. Yes.
Okay. And probably not as much as you paid for the unit.
Exactly. Right.
So based on that, Josh, is it true that you feel that you need this variation in order to get a reasonable return on your investment?
I do. Definitely.
Well, Josh, also true that you're not doing this because you expect to sell your unit. You're doing this because you live in the unit
Correct.
and you want security for your electric car that you park at the rear.
Yep. Me and everyone else in the other units too. Sure.
Exactly. So that's the real motivation here because you guys are not developers.
Correct.
Okay. And Josh, in addition to your 19 photographs of other security gates, is it true that you did talk to your 2 next door neighbors?
I did. Yep.
And you did get letters of support, a letter of support from each next door neighbor?
Correct.
And
Yep.
for the record, we submitted those letters for you with our materials. So Josh, with that, it's also true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today.
I did.
And if
Yep.
I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, I would.
So, Mr. Chairman, with that, we'd rest on Josh's affidavit unless you had more specific questions.
Yeah, so this is 8 feet high plus 2 feet, and the 2 feet is where it rolls, or how does it function?
Correct. It's kind of a square enclosure where the gate just rolls up right above where it would come down.
Okay. Okay. Okay, just because I just want to note for analysis that a lot of the examples, I think actually all the examples of the nearby gates were see-through in the neighborhood, and this looks pretty much like a solid structure that goes above 6 feet. Any questions from the board on that point?
About the dimensions? No,
Sorry.
not about the dimensions, no.
Or on anything, Zurich? Sorry, I kind of specified. Go right ahead.
Yeah, in your argument, you said you felt, you brought up, so can I ask, what did you pay for your unit?
Sure. The price I paid was $429 for my unit.
And are
Okay.
you saying that without this, you would be forced to sell your unit on the market for less than that?
I would think so. I think, especially we bought this building brand new. A lot of other similar units I looked at all had enclosed garage spaces included in similar prices, and I think this was a strong consideration for, I guess I'm just speaking about myself personally, private or enclosed parking is important to me. And definitely, you know, I've looked at buying spaces separately throughout the city, and individual parking spaces are selling for $20,000, $30,000. So that's my thinking.
Thank you.
Do we know who the developer was?
I do know who they are. I think their name is Garfield Development.
Well, don't
I'm
we
not
have
sure if you have that. What's that?
do we have the architect of the project with us? Is that correct?
No. The architect that we have with us, our witness is Anna Wolf, and Anna Wolf is retained only to get the permit for the security gate.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, so her plans are just a site plan with an elevation of the security gate. So that's actually all she could address.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, any other questions from the board, or else Mark, feel free to quickly get on your others.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, about the solid, I would note that actually some of those, and there's a variety of styles with these security gates, but some of them do in fact have a solid 6 or 8 foot base within the supporting structure. So I mean, some of them do have a solid portion. But we think actually the best comparison here is a comparison to a rear wall of a garage. Actually, the picture we submitted, you could see, looks just like the garage next door. And as our architect's going to testify, a garage is an accessory structure. The security gate is an accessory structure. Garage can actually be 15 feet tall. So by comparison, you know, this is similar to a garage, just not specifically authorized. But with that, I'd call Anna Wolf. Anna, are you on the call? Anna, hopefully. Anna, Mr. Chairman, I think she had called in on her telephone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, we can.
Okay,
Good.
great.
Yeah, Anna, will you state your name and address, please?
My name is Anna S. Wolf. I'm a licensed architect, and my address is 3730 North Kenneth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60641.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you.
Good. And Anna, just to follow up on Commissioner Esposito's question, you were not the original architect on this project, is that correct?
No, I wasn't.
You were just brought in to get a permit for the security gate at the rear of the property.
The existing security gate, yes.
Good. So that the plan you've submitted is a site plan for the property with an elevation of the security.
Of the gate, right.
Good. And the chairman had a question about the height of the security gate, about how high is that gate?
Okay, the gate itself is 8 feet, just like it would be an overhead garage door. And then the mechanism and the coiling goes 2 feet above that. So the total is 10 feet.
Okay. So Anna, was it true, as I suggested, that the Chicago zoning ordinance does allow a garage as a permitted encroachment in the rear setback?
Yes, of course.
Of course. And a garage is an accessory building that's allowed a height of 15 feet
Maximum, yes.
maximum. And also true that our security gate looks like the rear wall of a garage.
It does pretty much.
Right. And also serves the same function because it has the overhead door that is raised to allow access to the parking.
Correct, correct.
So in your opinion, this is security gate also an accessory structure?
Well, the security gate is not, but it should be.
Okay, well, it should be, good, thank you. And obviously part of our difficulty is the fact that a security gate itself is not mentioned in the code specifically.
Correct,
And that's why we need the variation.
right.
Good. And then that nice picture of the gate. And again, looking at it, looks like the rear wall of a garage.
It does, yes.
Good. And is it true that strict compliance with the regulations create a practical difficulty in this case?
Yes,
Also true that this requested variation is consistent with the stated purpose of the ordinance?
I think so.
Okay. Also true that the practical difficulties and the practical difficulties are due to a unique circumstance, given that this is not specifically addressed in the code?
Correct.
And Anna, you've seen the pictures that Josh took. Also, in your opinion, is it true that this variation, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, it wouldn't.
Also true that this shape of this lot, 25 by 177, is kind of a unique shape?
It's kind of a unique length, yes. And
Good. And Anna, also in your opinion, this variation, if granted, will not have any bad effect on the neighbors. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And Anna, you signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, of course.
Good. Mr. Chairman, I'd rest on Anna's affidavit unless you had further questions.
None for me. Any questions from the board?
This is Anne. I just was curious to restate again what the practical difficulty is in this case.
The practical difficulty. So there is no, it's not, there is nowhere in the zoning code that allows for a gate. And the garage size for 4 cars is more than the width of the lot. So they couldn't use it. I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't design it, the garage, I mean, nor the gate. But the width of the lot does not allow for the garage and 4 cars, which is the amount of units there are here. Did I answer?
I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Mark, I think you can close this out.
Good. Mr. Chairman, I also have them waiting all day, so I've got John Burks, the Realtor. maybe just quickly, John, are you on? John Burks? Our Realtor? John, are you still on?
Chairman, he dropped off. He's just coming in right now.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Hello?
Hello, John.
Hi,
John, would you state your name and your address?
John Burks, 3723 North Drake.
Thanks, John. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
Great.
John, are you an Illinois licensed Realtor?
correct.
You're familiar with this property at 1822 North Kedzie?
Yes,
Are you also familiar generally with the condominium market and the market for condominium units in this general neighborhood?
yes,
And John, based on your experience and in your opinion, when people are looking for condominium units of this type, is security a concern with those buyers?
yes,
And is this security both for the parking area and security for the building in general?
correct.
John, in your experience, do these units usually sell for less money if they don't have a secure situation at the rear of the property?
Yes,
And that these units in particular would be worth less without a security gate at the rear of the property?
that is correct.
And not only sell for less, sometimes more difficult to sell,
Definitely, yes,
or sometimes on the market for a longer period of time.
correct.
So Josh testified that in his opinion, he thought that if he had to sell this unit, that he could not yield a reasonable return without this security gate. Does that opinion sound reasonable to you?
It's yes, it would be reasonable that it would sell for less.
Okay. And John, just generally, not this property, but other properties in the neighborhood, security these days is a concern generally in this neighborhood. Is that correct?
Correct.
So a lot of these other properties do have either a garage or a gate at the rear. So if any of these property owners were selling, they would have to compete with these other properties in the marketplace.
Correct.
And they would potentially be a disadvantage without a security gate at the rear of their property.
Yes.
Okay. So Josh, you signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with the affidavit?
They would be.
Good. Mr. Chairman, on John's affidavit, if you look, I do have a listing of the 19 properties that we had submitted the pictures for. And for time reasons, probably not necessary for me to repeat the 19 addresses, but we would like those pictures to be part of the record with those 19 addresses as submitted.
Yep, great.
So with that, we'd rest on John's affidavit.
Perfect. Any other questions from the board? Okay, we're going to take it under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving on to calendar number 253-21-Z at 4342 Shakespeare. Sorry, that's the applicant's name. It's at 2106 to 08 North Laramie Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Agnes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. For the record, my name is Agnes Plaka, and I'm here on behalf of applicant 4342 West Shakespeare LLC, the current owner of the vacant lot at 2106 North Laramie. And I should be joined by Stan Shestowicki, Ms. Janet Martinez, and also by the project architect, Charles Schwartz. Hopefully you can see everybody logged in.
Yeah.
And just by a way of short summary about this case, this property consists of two parcels. 2108 North Laramie is improved with an older 3-story residential building with 2 dwelling units. And the lot at 2106 North Laramie is currently vacant. And the unique circumstances and hardships in this case are caused by the fact that this property, which originally had been platted as 2 separate lots, at some point in time came under common ownership and became one zoning lot. And then back in 2003, the prior owners sold off the lot at 2108 North Laramie only. And since then, actually, both lots changed ownership separately several times, including both lots were sold off separately at a public sale pursuant to court orders. And I actually submitted all those prior deeds, including the tax deed and the judicial sale deed, to the board as exhibits for the commissioners to review. And it was only when the applicant applied for a building permit for his new proposed building at 2106 North Laramie that the zoning department raised this issue of prior division and the need for variations for the existing building at 2108 North Laramie. So to address these issues of prior division done by prior owners and to cure this technical deficiency, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the minimum required north side setback from 2 feet to 0.64 feet and the combined setback from 5 feet to 3.87 feet only for the existing building at 2108 North Laramie. And with that, I would like to call my first witness, Stan Shestowicki. Stan, are you logged in?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, state your name and address for the record.
Okay, Stanisław Szestowicki, And address is 409 Warren Road in Glenview, Illinois, 60025.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
And Stan, you are the manager and the sole member of the applicants LLC,
Yes,
and you purchased your property in 2018 from Wheeler Financial Inc., correct?
correct.
So you did not purchase this lot from Ms. Martinez, who is the current owner of the adjacent lot at 2108, correct?
That's correct.
And you need these side setback variations in order to authorize that prior division and also to make your vacant lot buildable. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And with these proposed variations, the existing building at 2108 North Laramie will remain as is in its current location.
Yes.
And without the proposed variations, the only alternative to make your lot buildable and to legalize the prior division would be to demolish the existing two-flit, which is not a viable option here because you don't own that property.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And again, because both you and Ms. Martinez are unrelated parties and you purchase your respective lots from different sellers and long after the initial subdivision of that lot by prior owners. Correct? Stan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So strict compliance with the requirements of the site setbacks would create particular hardships for you because again, if these variations are not granted, your lot will remain unbuildable. Correct?
Yes, yes,
And if these site setback variations are not approved, you will not be able to make a reasonable return on your investment.
yeah, I will suffer financial loss, yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you would not be able to mitigate your loss by the sale of your lot because you would have to disclose that your lot is unbuildable, right? You would be obligated by the contract. And as unbuildable, your lot would be just not marketable, correct?
Absolutely right, yes.
Yeah. And your new proposed building, which you propose to build on the vacant lot, that building with 3 dwelling unit is designed in strict compliance with all the bulk requirements, right?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Stan, you calculated your estimated rate of return, and I submitted your analysis to the board for their review. And that analysis shows that if the proposed variations are granted and if your vacant lot becomes buildable, your estimated rate of return would be around 5%.
That's why I calculate approximately, I hope, yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, since we submitted that analysis, the cost of construction have only increased, correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Right. And just to confirm, Stanley, you did not create this hardship since that division was done many years ago by prior owners, correct?
Yes,
And these variations will not change the essential character of the neighborhood and will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the other properties,
yes,
correct?
right.
And in order to legalize this prior division, you also had to apply for a zoning change, correct?
Yes,
And you work with Alderman Villegas and the community and you presented your project. And so the project was vetted by the community and the alderman, correct?
yes, correct.
And alderman supported your zoning change and that zoning change passed the city council.
Yes,
All right. And Stan, you signed an affidavit which listed all the statements in support of all the criteria for these variations, and I submitted that affidavit to the board, correct?
yes,
If I continue to question you, will your testimony, yeah?
yes,
Okay. If I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements contained in your affidavit?
yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Stan. If I could call my next witness.
Sure, Counselor, and I think you can streamline a bit, if that's okay. We've reviewed everything, so.
Absolutely, I would love to. Charles,
Yes.
state your name and address for the record.
Charles Schwartz, 1645 West Ogden Avenue, Suite 523, Chicago, Illinois.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And Charles, are you a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
You were retained to prepare architectural drawings for this project?
Yes.
And you also signed an affidavit which contained all your statements and opinions, professional opinions in support of every criteria for these variations.
Yes, I did.
And we submitted your affidavit to the board.
Yes.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements contained in those in this affidavit?
Yes, it would be.
So just in general, in your professional opinion, are these variations compatible with the intent of the ordinance, and is the project meeting all the criteria for variations?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe that Ms. Janet Martinez is also on the call, but if you don't think it's necessary to call on her, we can rest.
Ms. Martinez is the neighbor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, maybe we'll see. Unless the board has questions for her, I think we're okay. So any questions in general from the board? Okay, I think we have what we need. So Ms. Martinez, thank you for coming, even though we didn't get to. We appreciate your show of support. So we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to call calendar number 254-21-S at 5254 North Damon. And while Counselor gets situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendations. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service tattoo facility, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Oleander Tattoo LLC. So Counselor, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot see myself, but can you see me all right?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Here I am. My name is Mariana Karampoulos, and I'm an attorney at MK Law LLC. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Forever Moody LLC, which seeks a special use to open a body art tattoo studio at 5254 North Damon Avenue in Chicago's 40th Ward. Our calendar number, as you noted, is 254-21-S. Joining us remotely.
Real quick, Counselor, sorry to interrupt you. So who's the applicant? Because we have Oleander Tattoo LLC.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. You're correct. It is Oleander Tattoo LLC.
Okay, good.
Thank
Go
you.
right ahead.
Thank you. Joining us remotely today are Cassandra Koch, sole representative of the applicant, Oleander Tattoo LLC, and Peter Poulos, our esteemed appraiser. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I could go ahead and pause to allow the witnesses to be sworn in.
Yes. Okay. First up, Ms. Koch, if you could please state your name and address.
Oh. Hello. Can you see me?
We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
That's A-okay.
Okay, cool. Cassandra Koch, 1903 West Summerdale Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Okay, let's just get Peter sworn in too. Peter, can you state your name and address, please?
Peter Poulos, offices at 5500 Pearl Street, Rosemont, Illinois, 60018.
Awesome. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great. And we recognize Peter's expertise for many past appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As noted, the applicant seeks to open a tattoo studio at the subject property that will be entirely female-owned and female-operated. Because the subject property is zoned in a B32 community shopping district, the Chicago zoning ordinance requires a special use. We would like to submit into evidence the photographs, plans, findings of fact, and other documents that were previously submitted in conjunction with this application. As you can see from these materials, this appointment-only tattoo studio will operate at the subject property between the hours of noon and 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. These hours are on par with or less than those of the surrounding businesses. Parking is available on Damon Avenue, where the subject property sits. The studio can accommodate up to 4 clients at any given time, though it is unlikely that all 4 stations would be in use at the same time. Because the studio is appointment only, walk-ins are not expected and no congregation outside the premises is anticipated. When clients make an appointment, they are advised that up to 1 guest is permitted. The lobby seating area is separated from the tattooing area with a wall in case anybody does enter the studio or bring a guest. All artists will be certified in CPR and bloodborne, as well as airborne pathogen safety, and educated in the area of trauma-informed tattooing. Privacy screens will be used when sensitive areas are being tattooed. No racially discriminatory, hateful, or gang-related tattoos will be permitted. The goal of this project is to provide a welcoming and inclusive space that will be the only walkable tattoo shop for many area residents. I'd also like to amend our project narrative, which states that this project has the support of Alderman Vasquez, but as you can see from the Alderman's letter, also submitted as part of the application packet, he states there is no objection to the project. It's a slight distinction. I just like to clarify that point for the record. At this time, we would like to call our first witness, Cassandra Koch, sole member and owner of the applicant, Oleander Tattoo LLC, an Illinois limited liability company in good standing with the Secretary of State.
Great, go right ahead.
Cassandra Koch, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Cassandra Koch, 1903 West Summerdale Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
Thank you. And could you please confirm that all artists will be certified in airborne as well as bloodborne pathogen training?
Yes.
Could you also please confirm that all artists will be CPR certified?
Yes.
On April 14th, 2021, did you sign an affidavit that was submitted as part of Oleander Tattoo LLC's special use application?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that of the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we'd also like to present as a witness Peter Poulos of the Metron Group. Peter is a licensed property appraiser with the title of MAI. He is familiar with the subject property and the surrounding area. Hello, Peter.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Peter Poulos, offices at 5500 Pearl Street, Rosemont, Illinois, 60018.
Thank you. And Peter, have you prepared a report related to the subject property?
Yes, I have.
Is that the same report that has been submitted to the board as part of the applicant's special use application?
Yes, it was.
If you were to continue testifying today, would you provide testimony consistent with what is in your report?
Yes, I would.
And finally, in your professional opinion, would the proposed special use comport with the ordinance's special use factors as set forth in further detail in the report?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. That concludes our
Thank you.
presentation. And we are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board? We'll take it under consideration. We've got no questions. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time and information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
Good weekend.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go now to 255-21-Z at 5308-12 North Clark Street. So Councilor Leach, whenever you're ready, we can get going.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Leach on behalf of the applicant. Andersonville 5310 LLC. My name is Chris Leach, as I just said, and I'm an attorney with law offices at Ackerman LLP located at 71 South Wacker Drive. I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Andersonville 5310 LLC, in connection with the application seeking a proposed variation to establish a public place of amusement license to provide entertainment performances within 125 feet of our RS3 residential district at the property located at 5308-5312 North Clark Street, which is located within a B3-2 community shopping district. Before getting into the details of this application, I'd like to introduce you to my witnesses and to have them sworn in. Mr. Martin Cornan is the owner and manager of the applicant, Andersonville 5310 LLC, and Terrence O'Brien, an MAI appraiser and expert witness has already been sworn in today.
Great. And I want to note that we had 2 objectors sign up. I just want to see if they're here. So Miss Harriet Price or Richard Price.
I don't know if they've signed in. I've talked to both of them,
Okay.
and in my conversations with them after I explained what the situation was, they had the misunderstanding that there was going to be outside entertainment and music. And I told them that is not the case, and that actually it's against city ordinance to have outdoor entertainment and music. After I explained that to them and showed them the ordinance that prohibits that, they had no longer had any objections. At least that's what they told me.
Yep. Okay, good. Thanks for that explanation. And we'll watch out for them. So just in case they do show up. So Harriet Price or Richard Price, if you're on and want to speak, raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
Yeah, that's their mother and son.
Okay.
So they're together, I believe, as opposed to 2 separate.
Okay,
They
got
run
it. With that, Counselor, we can swear in your first witnesses. And like you said, Terrence O'Brien sworn in and fully
Yes.
recognized. So Martin Cornan, if you're on, can you please state your name and address?
Hi, I'm Martin Kernan, 1448 West Carmen Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
Thank you, Mr. Cornan. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much. The subject site is located in the 40th Ward on the west side of Clark Street within the Andersonville Commercial Historic District. Clark Street at the subject location is also designated as a pedestrian street on the Chicago zoning map. The subject site is 8,133 square feet in size and is improved with a 6,470 square foot, 1-story commercial restaurant building with an occupancy capacity of 207 persons. The applicant has had to close the previous restaurant due to its poor profitability and the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. During the shutdown, the applicant decided to rebrand its restaurant operation as the Bird Cage and to provide live entertainment. To provide live entertainment, the applicant must obtain public place of amusement license because the subject property is located within 125 feet of an RS3 zoning district. A variation is required to establish a public place of amusement license. The restaurant business in this subject area is very competitive and causing the applicant to seek the ability to compete and set itself apart from other restaurants and lounge establishments in the area by providing live entertainment. It is this competitive nature of the restaurant business and the geographic location of the subject property being located within 125 feet of an RS3 district, which poses the particular hardship in this case requiring a variation. The variation requirement in order to obtain a public place of amusement license is not required for all business and commercially zoned property, only those properties that are zoned, only those commercial and businessly zoned properties that happen to be located within 125 feet of an RS1, RS2, or RS3 zoning district. The applicant has spoke with Andre Vasquez Jr. with the Anderson and the Alderman has no objection to his application. He has also met with the Andersonville Chamber of Commerce to inform the community of the applicant's proposed variation and rebranded operation of the birdcage. We had also offered to the alderman to hold a community meeting. The alderman told us that it was not necessary as he had himself received no objections to the application. Although my client personally posted posters on every window of his establishment and also posted on social media of the fact that he was reopening this establishment as the birdcage, pending the approval of this application. I would just want to know, ready to call my first witness. Just want to know if you wanted to go through that or if you wanted me to rely on their affidavits.
You get your witness on just so we get a little background on what type of entertainment, any sort of queuing issues, the kind of pertinent stuff, not just the nuts and bolts stuff.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Martin Kernan. Could you please state your name, Martin, and you spell your last name for the record?
My name is Martin Kernan, Cournane.
You are the owner and manager of the applicant Andersonville 5310 LLC, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also own and operate a longstanding restaurant 4 doors down called the Lady Gregory, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you've been in this neighborhood for a long time.
Yeah, over 10 years.
And the Andersonville 5310 LLC leases the subject property, is that correct?
That's correct.
Currently, you have the ability to lease the subject property for up to another 21 years until April 30th, 2042. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Currently, the property is currently improved with a 1-story commercial building designed and utilized for restaurant and lounge containing approximately 6,470 square feet.
That's correct.
You have occupied and operated the building since January of 2017.
That's correct.
Property has a occupancy rating for 207 persons inside and the outdoor patio in the rear. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the subject property abuts a 16-foot wide north-south public alley located on the western boundary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the property located on the west side of the 16-foot public alley is the property that is zoned RS3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Purpose for the need for the for the variation for the PPA license.
Yes.
The applicant has no control over the designation of the zoning designation of the property located to the west of the public alley, nor to the competitive nature of the restaurant business in the subject area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the applicant operates the subject property as the Birdcage. That is what your current plan is, correct?
Yes.
Birdcage is an TQ plus, community establishment welcoming all genders, races, ethnicities, body types, and all other personal identities that do not infringe on the safety or respect of others. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your requested variance, if approved, you intend to provide live entertainment, including drag, cabaret, burlesque performances, game night, storytelling, and DJ playing music. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your planned hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., Friday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m., Sunday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
All of your live entertainment and music will be provided inside the restaurant and not not outdoors at all. Is that correct?
Yes.
We'll provide security personnel to prevent any of your patrons from causing any disturbances in the neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
Over the last several years, you've operated a Mexican-themed restaurant at the subject location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mexican restaurant was not successful, was it?
No.
In fact, you had to close down the business when the COVID-19 pandemic hit and the governor and mayor's restricted restaurant operations caused you to close. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we went to takeout only, but we closed. We had to close inside dining, so that's when we used that time to rebrand.
Just getting to the next question. So you took that opportunity to, after you closed, to rebrand the restaurant to open it back up once you get fully licensed as the Birdcage. Is that correct?
Yes,
The purpose of requesting the variance is not just to make more money, but to operate a viable restaurant. Is that correct?
yes,
And it is your belief that the ability to provide entertainment is essential for the successful operation of the Birdcage. Is that correct?
yes,
Without the variation, the public place of amusement license, you will not be able to receive a reasonable rate of return on the cost of your leasing of the property, your investment in the restaurant furniture and fixtures. Is that correct?
yes,
We have met with the local Andersonville Chamber of Commerce to present the proposed variance and operation of the Birdcage. Is that correct?
yes,
As I stated earlier, it had also met with the alderman of the 40th Ward, Andrew Vasquez Jr. Is that correct?
yes,
He had no objection to your proposal.
no. He did not.
Also, you'd also offered to have a community meeting, and he mentioned to you that it wasn't necessary. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you have not received any other objections except from Harriet Price, is that, and Richard Price, is that correct?
yeah, I have not received any others, no.
Spoke personally with Harriet Price, is that correct?
Yes, she came and spoke to me.
That I also spoke with. That's all the questions that I have for Martin. I also have Terrence O'Brien to go through the criteria for the variation, but I didn't know if you had any questions for the applicant.
Any questions from the board? Sounds like none. And so, Counselor, we can probably have Mr. O'Brien swear to his affidavit.
Mr. O'Brien, could you just, for the record, state your name? For the record,
Yes,
please?
Terrence O'Brien, O''Brien, maintain offices at 7383 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois. Licensed real estate appraiser, have the designation MAI.
And Terry, you were retained to prepare a written report in connection with the variant application in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
Based on your familiarity of the proposed operation of the subject property, the requested variation, does your written report demonstrate that all the applicable criteria for granting the requested variation have been met by the applicant?
In my professional opinion, yes, they do meet all the criteria. I would like to just make one observation. On page 2 of my report, I spoke about the description of the variation and the hours of operation. Subsequent to the submittal of this report, there has been some slight alterations, and the actual times of operation are those that were cited by the attorney, Mr. Leach, earlier in this presentation.
And Mr. O'Brien, could you please summarize your report for the board in what respects the application complies with all criteria?
And I think we can do a very short summary, Mr. O'Brien, and even just swear to your report because we have it.
I would swear that my report accurately reflects my opinions pertaining to the application for the variations, and that the proposed variations will meet all the criteria set forth within the zoning ordinance.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. We rest our case, Chairman.
Perfect.
Unless
So,
you have any questions.
any questions from the board? Sounds like none. So we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Cornon, for your time, and happy Pride.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're going to go now to calendar number 256-21-Z. And this is at 3006-12 East 78th. Tyler, whenever you're on, I think this starts a string of cases for Tyler Manick.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes. So we're on 256-21-
Mr. Chairman, can you see and hear me?
Yes. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
No, but I can hear you.
Tyler, I just want to note at the get-go, we don't have objectors on these, it doesn't look like, so we can do a short form version because I know you have a few.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz, attorney for the applicant Elam Industries, which owns the property at 3012 East 78th Street. The applicant here seeks a variation to reduce the east side setback from 5 feet to a half a foot. The west side setback will be 29 feet. The combined side setback will be 29.5 feet. And we're seeking to reduce the rear setback from 41.1 feet to 1.5 feet in order to construct a 10 dwelling unit, 10 parking space, 4-story residential building. The applicant, Anita Richardson, who's the sole owner of the applicant, intends to reside in one of the condominium units, and the design of this project provides her with a livable accommodation. The unique features of this lot is that it's located in a lakefront protection district, given its situation and proximity to the Rainbow Beach Park and next to Lake Michigan, which triggers the lakefront protection ordinance. Accordingly, Ms. Richardson is required to design these plans pursuant to the Department of Planning, CDOT's, MOPD's, Stormwater and Fire Department's review and recommendations. For over the past year, Ms. Richardson and her team has worked tirelessly and engaged in numerous meetings with city staff, Alderman Mitchell, and the surrounding neighbors to design this exciting project. And through those efforts, she's been able to garner the support of each of these groups. The proposed variations arise out of the design created by this collaboration and due to the unique characteristics of this lot, since it does lack alley access, which requires the applicant to place a 28-foot wide private drive along the west property line, which eliminates essentially 2,300 square feet of otherwise available buildable space and restricts how the building may be oriented. In addition to the Lakefront Protection District, which is also requiring Ms. Richardson to design this building to prominently feature the lake, and also the design restrictions of the department's design guidelines significantly increase costs that are not normally borne by developers who are able to build without the lakefront protection guidelines and design guidelines. In order to overcome these difficulties, we are requesting these variations. At this time, I think I'll call Ms. Richardson as my first witness.
And Ms. Richardson, when you're on, if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Anita Richardson. My address is 550 Taft Drive, South Holland, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Ms. Richardson, you're the sole owner. Ms. Richardson.
Hold on, Tyler. You might have a little bit of lag, but let me know if it's on my end. But I just wanted to confirm that Ms. Richardson swears or affirms to tell the truth in today's proceedings.
I do.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Richardson, you're the sole owner of the applicant, correct?
Yes.
And you intend to reside at one of the condominium units that you intend to build here, correct?
I'm very excited about that, yes.
And over the past year, you've worked and engaged in numerous meetings with the city staff, the Alderman Mitchell, and your surrounding neighbors to come up with this great design. Correct?
Yes.
And you signed an affidavit that we submitted with our findings of fact for this application, correct?
Correct.
And the statements you made in that affidavit are true, Ms. Richardson, correct?
Yes.
And as your testimony here today, you adopt the statements that you made in your affidavit for your testimony here, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, given the large support for this project, no objections, and we have pretty thorough findings of fact, I'll just rest on Ms. Richardson's affidavit and open up the questions.
Okay, great. Questions from the board? I'd like to hear a little bit about, Tyler, just about the, to get the hardship down, a little bit of economic analysis, what this development would look like without the variations.
Yes, I would rely on Mr. Davis, the architect, to go over that and how the variations impact what she can develop here. But in general, this property lacks alley access, which requires that 29-foot wide driveway along the west property line in order to access and provide parking for each of the units, which limits the configuration and orientation of this building so that it has to be designed the way it is. In addition, we're not designing this from a clean slate. We've had several revisions to our plans based upon the Department of Planning's review and what we have to do at Plan Commission. And this is a result of those recommendations and what we have to design.
Yep, of course.
Now, as far as the rate of return, if we don't get these variations, we'd have to do 7 condominium units as stated in the findings of fact. They wouldn't get those east-facing lake views, which are critical to a rate of return. The design requirements, to meet the design requirements from the Department of Planning and Plan Commission significantly increase the costs, so that with these variations, Ms. Richardson's only receiving an 8% rate of return. If she doesn't get them, she's in the negative. And that's in the financial analysis.
Okay, good to get out there. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Tyler, then I'll let you quickly get on the other witnesses if you would like.
Yeah, it's Mr. Ionis Davis.
Greetings.
Hey, Mr. Davis, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Ioannis Davis, 102 Howard Avenue, Hillside, Illinois, 60162.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Davis, you're the project architect for these plans, correct?
Yes.
And the design of this building, the variations we are requesting are based upon the lack of alley access and requirement to do the 28-foot wide drive on the west, which limits how you can configure this building, correct?
Absolutely.
And in addition, we've had to do, numerous revisions to address the Department of Planning's recommendations and concerns on how to design this building, correct?
Countless.
And this is the end result that the Department of Planning was satisfied to recommend approval for the Lakefront Protection District, correct?
Yes, we collaborated with DPD and conformed to their requests.
And this design also incorporates the comments and feedback from fire, CDOT, and MOPD and stormwater from the city, correct?
Correct.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with our findings of fact, correct?
Yes.
And the statements you made in that affidavit are true and correct?
Yes.
And you adopted your testimony here today, the statements that you made in your affidavit?
Yes.
That concludes my examination of Mr. Davis. If anybody has any questions for him.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're on mute.
I am on mute. Sorry, everyone. Any questions for Mr. Davis? It sounds like none. So, Counselor, you can get on your last witness, close out, up to you.
Mr. Madden was just there to discuss the financial form and construction costs if anybody on the board had any questions, but we weren't planning on putting them in our case in chief.
Okay, then I think we'll take this under consideration. Sounds like we have everything we need.
Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Thank you very
everyone.
much.
Thank you. Enjoy the weekend. Okay, we're gonna go to calendar number 257-21-Z at 13050 South Avenue M.
I'm just waiting for the screen to load, Mr. Chairman, or should I just continue?
I think the screen is up if you're talking about the photo. So you can go forward, Counselor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Jaime Robles. Mr. Robles is seeking a variation to reduce the minimum required south side setback by 9 inches from 6 feet to 5.22 feet and the combined setback from 18 feet to 17.22 feet in order to allow the construction of a 1-story addition to an existing 1-story single-family residence with a basement. Mr. Robles intends to reside here with his family of 4. The property is made up of 2 lots with a 90-year-old single-story residence being located entirely on the southern lot. The applicant seeks to construct an addition to the north portion of the vacant lot of this property. The addition is to provide the applicant and the family additional residential area and enhance the livability here. To provide additional residential area, the roof of the residence must be minimally elevated by 2 feet in order to create a livable modern ceiling height from the existing 8-foot ceiling heights. However, this minimal elevation of increasing the height of the 2 feet triggers this variation because the existing southern wall of this property is non-conforming in terms of the south side setback by those 9 inches. The south side of the footprint of the residence will remain entirely unchanged. We're just looking to add 2 feet to the existing wall. Of the 6 houses on the same side of the block, 5 of them have smaller side setbacks than the 5.22 feet side setback we're proposing here. The applicant requires this variation because if they're required to tear down that south side wall and reconfigure the foundation, this would result in $60,000 of unnecessary cost to this project and create a extreme hardship on them and potentially prevent the ability to renovate this home. Whereas preserving the existing walls in the spirit of the zoning ordinance to preserve existing conditions. The applicant seeks this minimal relief, namely increasing the height of an existing single-story wall by 2 feet, which is still well below the zoning limits in order to create a more livable situation for him and his family. At this time, if you want to swear in Mr. Robles and Jaime Gascon.
Yep, great. Mr. Robles, can you please state your name and address?
Jaime Robles. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jaime Robles. I live in 11012 South State Line, Chicago, Illinois, 60617.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Robles, after you're able to renovate the house at 13050 South Avenue M, do you intend to reside there?
Yes.
And you intend to reside there with your family of 4, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you signed, and did you sign an affidavit that we submitted with our findings of fact?
Yes, I did.
And the statements you made in that affidavit, they're true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today, the testimony that you provide in that affidavit?
Yes.
At this time, I have no further questions since we have letters of support from pretty much every neighbor on this block. I'll turn it over to the board to ask any questions to Mr. Robles.
Any questions from the board? Sounds like no questions, Tyler. So unless you have anything else you want to get on, we can close it out.
I just have to have Jaime Gascon. He works in Raul Tepeve's office, but Raul had to go to a family funeral in
That's
Europe.
right. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Gascon, can you state your name and address?
Chairman, he's coming into the panelist.
Got it. Thanks, Kamal.
There I am.
Great.
My name is Jaime Gascon. We're at 6 Northwestern Avenue in Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gascon, did you assist Raul in preparing the plans that are subject to this variation application?
I did.
And you're a partner with Raul at 606 Design, correct?
That's correct.
And Raul couldn't be available because he had to travel to Europe for a family funeral and doesn't have access to Zoom there, correct?
That is correct.
And you're testifying in his stead because of that situation? You've had a chance to review Raul's affidavit, correct?
I did review it.
And everything he stated in his affidavit is true and correct?
That is correct.
And for your testimony here today, do you adopt the statements that were made in Raul's affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact?
Yes.
That's all I have for this case, Mr. Chairman. If you have any questions for Jaime Gascon or Jaime Robles, we'll be happy to answer them.
Yep, and I'll just do one final confirmation. Any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming in today.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to calendar number 258-21-Z at 3025 North Sawyer.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name's Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of the applicant KA Development, seeking a variation to reduce the minimum north side setback from 2 feet to 0.68 feet in order to allow the subdivision of an existing 50 by 123 foot parcel currently improved and with a 2-story single family residence with basement. We're seeking to divide this parcel into 2 lots, both 25 feet by 123 feet, which is the overall predominant size of the other lots on this block of Sawyer. Each of the lots that we propose to divide were originally subdivided under the city's original plat of subdivision. Each sits on their own individual lot. The existing single-family residence has been there for over 100 years, and the applicant seeks to subdivide this lot in order to build a single-family residence on the vacant lot at 3027 North Sawyer. Without the variation to reduce the side setback between these two lots to 0.68 feet, the lot at 3027 North Sawyer would be unbuildable, and it would be impractical to require the family who resides at 3025 North Sawyer to tear down their residence in order to create these two lots. I have with me Ariel Litvin, representative of the owner of 3025 or 3027 North Sawyer, and Paul Gibbous, the project architect.
Great. I'll go ahead and get.
And I would call Ariel Litvin first.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's a little bit of a lag. So, okay, Ariel, can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Ariel Litvin, and my address is 2524 North Francisco, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Gibbous is already sworn in, I believe. Yep, so we'll consider him sworn on the record.
He is. Terrific. Mr. Litvin, does your company own the lot at 3027 North Sawyer?
Yes, we do.
And you're not currently able to develop 3027 North Sawyer with any building, regardless of whether or not it complies with the existing zoning district, correct?
I am not. That's correct.
And we've worked with the neighbor next door at 3025 so that we can divide these lots and allow you to build a single family residence at 3027 North Sawyer, correct?
That's correct.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with findings of fact, correct?
That's correct.
And the statements you made in your affidavit, they're true, correct?
That's correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements you made in that affidavit?
I do.
Mr. Chairman, if you have any questions for Mr. Litvin.
Let's take questions at the end. If you put Mr. Gibbous on, that's probably best.
Mr. Gibbous, you're a licensed architect with the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And when you submitted for building permits to build a single family residence 3027 North Sawyer, they were rejected because we needed to get the variation to reduce the side setback of the existing home to 0.68 feet, right?
That's exactly right, yeah. Yes.
Without this variation, 3027 North Sawyer is unbuildable, correct?
Correct.
And you signed an affidavit that was submitted with the findings of fact, correct?
Correct.
And the statements you made in that affidavit are accurate, correct?
That is correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements you made in that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, we could open it up for any questions.
Okay. Yeah, any questions from the board? Sounds like we're good on this one. So we'll take it under consideration. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you
very much.
Yep, thank you.
Mr.
Yep, enjoy the weekend. All right, we're going to go to calendar number 259-21-S. While counselor's getting situated, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a 48-unit single-room occupancy SRO use on the second and third floors, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Vasiliki Loukidis. I messed that up, I apologize. and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 1st, 2021, prepared by Barron Design Group.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, you can.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Dean T. Marigus of the law firm of Marigus and Marigus at 1 North LaSalle here in Chicago. I have with me Vasiliki Loukidis, who is the owner and applicant, and also with us is our expert appraiser, Bud Kerwin. If you would like, Mr. Chair, would you like to swear in the witnesses?
Yes, please. That would be great. Okay, Vasiliki, can you please state your name and address?
My name is Vasiliki Loukidis, and I live on 2500 Sheridan Road, Evanston, Illinois, 60201.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Okay.
And we haven't seen Bud today, so I'll just get him sworn on, Counselor, and get it over with. Mr. Kerwin, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, good afternoon. Sylvester Bud Kerwin. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin and Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. Offices are at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and we recognize Mr. Kerwin's expertise based off of many past appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are here today to apply for a special use to establish a single room occupancy on the second and third floor in an existing building at 2703 North Clark. I'd like to ask Mr. Kerwin some questions. Mr. Kerwin, is it correct you were requested by me to review the special use application for the proposed SRO single room occupancy known as quote unquote Leon Hotel men's residence, close quote, and determine in your opinion as to whether the proposed use would meet the special use standards and comply with the criteria of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you personally inspect the property and surrounding neighbors?
Yes, on several occasions, and most recently was a week ago today on June 11th.
And after making your inspection and completing your research and analysis, did you determine that the proposed SRO would be an appropriate use and compatible with the other surrounding land uses?
Yes, I did. And in my research indicated that the subject space has been owned and occupied and operated by the applicant since 1978, or more than 43 years, as an SRO facility for men. And the building probably longer than that. The building appears to be close to 100 years of age. The subject use is fulfilling a need for affordable housing in the community area and has existed for many years with no adverse impact to the character and or prices of other properties in the area. My report goes into greater description and details, photographs of my conclusions.
Mr. Kerwin, you mentioned you prepare a zoning consultation report setting forth all of your findings and conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify on the subject property, would your testimony be the same as you provided within your report?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Chairman, I would like at this time to let the board know that we sent out over 700 public notice letters, which was required under the ordinance, and we had not one objection or response. We also asked Alderman Smith if we needed to have a community meeting on this matter, and she said that wasn't necessary. In fact, on June 18th, the Alderman was kind enough to send a support letter, which we submitted and entered with the board earlier today. Do they have that letter? Do you know, Mr. Chairman?
I believe we have this letter. Let me confirm just because.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Kerwin or of the witness and would be available to any questions from the board.
Perfect. And just to confirm, so is the reason did the applicant just forget to renew, or because I know it's been in operation for quite some time?
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The reason that we are here is that Vasiliki Loukidis neither has a fax machine or an email or is able to send emails, and apparently the renewal application was lost in the mail, And she not realizing that, as many times I do, I forget to renew, something if it doesn't come in the mail or other communication, it lapsed. And as a result, we wanted to reinstate her. She's got an outstanding reputation for running a very good business, which is an asset to the community, as attested to by the alderman, and the lack of any objection by the community.
Yep. Okay, good. Just wanted to get that out there. Any questions from the board? We will take this under consideration. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Honorable Tribunal. Have a great weekend.
You
Thank
too.
you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Good afternoon.
You too. Okay, we're gonna do one more matter, which is actually two matters, and then we're gonna take a bit of just a quick coffee break. So let's go to calendar number 260-21-S and 261-21-Z. I'm gonna read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand a religious assembly facility with second floor additions to both the front and rear of an existing two-story building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Reborn Ministries, Reborn Community Church, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 14th, 2021, prepared by Keystone Architects and Design, PC.
So, Mr. Chairman, Tom Moore, can you hear me?
Hey there, Counselor. Yep, we can.
And I should have Reverend Jamie Thompson and his architect, Marcus Messa.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear Mr. Thompson in?
Yes, Mr. Thompson, will you please state your name and address?
My name is James Thompson. My address is 3536 West Adams, Chicago, Illinois, 60624.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So, Reverend Thompson, would you just very briefly, a couple of sentences, tell the board what you do with this building and how long you've been doing it?
It's hard to say in a couple sentences, but we provide empowerment programs for the community, as well as collaborate with local ministries, community organizations, city organizations to help people move from just surviving in life to thriving in life. Some of those ministry or programs are tutoring programs for kids, after school programs, mentorship programs for youth and students. We provide feeding and substance abuse programs for those that are on this area, which is the corridor. Considered the corridor has more overdose deaths than anywhere in Chicago on the street that's right alongside of it. We provide anger management and skill training programs for adults. So we're really set ourselves up as an empowerment organization that helps people move from just surviving in life to thriving.
And you appeared basically on these two same requests about almost 2 years ago, or not quite 2 years ago, and this board granted them. Why are we back again today?
The city wanted us to have an exit from the front of the building, the second floor front. And so in order to accommodate their request for an exit out of the second floor front of the building for emergency use and safety, we're just asking that the variance that's already been agreed upon for the first level would just be allowed to go a second level up so we can provide that access, the exit.
So that's the variance, and the special use is, since you're expanding the special use that you previously were granted, albeit only for that little 8 feet or whatever it is on the second floor of the front of the building, technically we were told that we need another special use to expand the existing special use. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you and I went through all the criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with your affidavit and witness statement. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're available for any questions the board might have. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Mesa make it to?
I don't see him.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Well, so we have Mr. Ryan on the special use. And I don't think you've yet sworn in Mr. Ryan today. Mr. Mesa is calling me. Yeah,
Yep.
Can you get in?
Yeah, Joe, I'll get you sworn in. So can you please state your name and address?
Can you do the, can you?
Joseph Ryan, 94
Then you must be
55
mute
South
or
Point
something.
Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Can you do the call-in number?
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And we, of course, recognize your expertise for
Thank you, Chairman.
past experiences.
Attorney Moore, you have to unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry, thank you. Joe Ryan, you testified on this a year and a half or 2 years ago, is that right?
I did.
And now you've updated your opinion and relooked at all the criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if, in your opinion, it will not have a negative effect on the surrounding property values and it otherwise meets all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use, is that right?
Yes, it does.
That's all I have of Mr. Ryan. While you were swearing in, Mr. Ryan, Marcus Mesa called me and he said he can see everything, but he apparently we're not able to see him. I told him to try to call in on the phone line. I don't know if was able to do that.
Okay. Let me see.
Chairman, he can also just leave the meeting and join back in again. That might solve the problem.
And Tom, he's the architect, correct?
Yes, he is. And he wouldn't be necessary for the special use on the variance. You know, he'd say that it complies with everything and fits into the character of the neighbor, and he has an affidavit on file.
Yeah. Okay, let's maybe, if it's okay with you, we start with some questions, and to the extent they hit the variance, then we can get Mr. Mesa. Does that sound okay with you, Tom?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So, Mr. Thompson, I'm just wondering, so do you have imminent plans now to complete this project?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, they're saying if you go out and then come back in, you ought to be able to do it. Log out and log right back in. Okay, okay.
Tom, we may not need him. It doesn't sound like we have questions from the board.
Okay.
So all
Well,
your good efforts for now.
Mr. Mesa is going to try to do that calling back in thing, logging back in thing. Could we move on to the next case and could you hold questions for him, or I don't know?
I don't think we have questions, is what I'm saying.
What do you want? If you want him on the record, I think eventually we'll figure out how to get him in. But anyway.
So I don't think we need him on the record. I wanted him on the record if we had questions in addition to the findings of fact on his variance, but I don't believe there's any legal issue. We need him on the record if we don't have questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
And
So
that would be our case.
Great. So we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, as promised, we're going to take a 15-minute recess from the sprint and get a coffee. So we will reconvene at 3:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner McDonald?
Yep.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. See you all at 3:50.
person who's logged in as 2-year tweak, can you please identify yourself? You have to unmute yourself.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. So let's go into somewhat of the final stretch. We'll start with calendar number 264-21-S. And while council is getting situated, I'm going to read the recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service tattoo facility, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Joni Tattoo Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Excuse me. And I should have Johnny Hoxa and Elva Shima, S-H-I-M-A. If you could swear them in, please.
Great, sure thing. So is Joni Hoxa on? Oh, you might be on mute. I see you.
So it looks like they're on the same screen.
Yep.
And can they say something so we can know if we can hear them?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear them in? Elva is the business manager, and Johnny is the artist.
Great. Elva, will you please state your name and address?
Elva Shima, 2327 North 75th Avenue, Elmwood Park, Illinois, 60707.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Johnny, will you please state your name and address?
Ariane Hoja, 3509 North Marshfield Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Joe Ryan, I just want to acknowledge Joe Ryan is sworn in and acknowledged for his expertise.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'll start with Elva because Johnny speaks English, but sometimes is not as efficient with it. So Elva, what is your place? What do you have to do with the business?
Well, I serve as a business manager in the new business that Johnny's opening, and also I'm a good friend.
So you and Johnny knew each other from Albania. Your families knew each other from Albania when you were children. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you came here in the year 2000. Is that right?
2001.
And you've had a variety of jobs. And then about 5 years ago, when Johnny wanted to come here, you hooked up with him and have stayed close to him since he got to this country. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And he was a known body artist in Albania. Is that right?
He's been a well-known body artist in Albania for at least 10 years prior to coming here in 2016. And he is also an artist. He went to high school for a painter and finished University of Arts in Tirana for being a very good painter in there.
And then he's been here about 5 years. And during those 5 years, he's been working in other tattoo artist shops. Is that right?
Yeah, they moved here in February of 2016. And then 2 weeks after he came here, he started working for another tattoo shop, which is called Venture Tattoos. And he's been there since until now. That he's still working there now until we get approved and go on with the business opening.
And but now he'd like to own his own shop, and you're going to be the business manager of that, is that right?
That's correct. He wants
And
to
you-
open his own shop.
And you've rented a place, and you've talked to all of the other tenants in the building, and the owners or tenants on either side of the building, is that right?
That's correct. We rented the building. When we did, unfortunately, we did not know that we needed to get a special permit for that premises. And so we've already started to arrange it and decorate it and make it as we wanted it. We've talked to everybody. We've known a lot of people around us over there, and everybody's fine with that. They're happy
Okay.
to have us there.
And Johnny has actually already had an award in Illinois as the best new artist or something like that. Is that right?
No, actually, he's the first year when he moved here, they do a Chicago Tattoo Convention, and he won the first place as one of the best artists in Chicagoland in 2016. He's a very well-known artist in Illinois. He can be booked 1 to 2 years prior, so he's very well known, and he works only with schedules and booking. He doesn't usually never actually works with walk-ins because of the style of his business.
Okay, and he has taken all the courses from the Red Cross and is certified on both the pathogens and the CPR and the all of the qualifications you need to be the industry qualifications to run a proper and healthy and safe parlor. Is that right?
Absolutely. He is trained and certified for blood pathogen and CPR, and then he does that every year. He does the training and then gets recertified and gets the certification every year for that.
Okay. And you signed an affidavit where you went through all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Johnny, you are the artist that Elva's been talking about. Is that right?
Yes.
And you want to have your own shop, and Elva's going to help you with the business aspects of it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit, a witness statement where you went through all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you would testify consistently with your statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Joe Ryan, you did a report and looked into whether or not this would have a negative effect on the surrounding properties and whether or not it could meet all the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use. And will you tell us what your findings were?
That the property would meet, or that the proposed use would meet all of the criteria for the board to grant a special use. It's on the second floor. It's not going to have any obtrusive signage. It's in a very vibrant commercial district.
And if you were continuing to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
I would, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's basically our case. All of these people are available for questions.
Okay, great. Question for Elva or Johnny. Did you guys have, going into this, conversations with the neighbors or the neighborhood organizations about your business, and how did they go?
We haven't gone to, we've met all the neighbors that we have around in the businesses, especially in our building, and everybody's very welcoming and very excited to have his tattoo parlor in there, especially because he's a pretty famous artist in here. So they were very welcoming, and hopefully, hope to see us there soon.
But his question was, you didn't do a formal community meeting or anything?
No, I didn't. No, we did not. We did not.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board? All right, I don't hear any. So thanks to everyone for coming in today, and good luck.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yep. Enjoy the weekend.
Hey, you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to calendar number 265-21-Z. And that's at 1446 West Huron.
So, Mr. Chairman, hopefully I have Wasim Kamid. He's been waiting all day, but he has a 6 o'clock airplane, so I think he's going to be on his cell phone. But I talked to him a little while ago, and he's going to be here. So I don't know if you can see him.
Tom, they can probably hold the plane, can't they?
We'll tell him it's for the zoning board. Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's see if we see him. Mr. Kamid, if you are on, let us know.
Yeah, hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is me and my wife. We're in the car, so for echo reasons, we were both together on the same. We're in the car now.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear them in?
Yes, sure. So, Mr. Kamid, can you please state your name and address?
Wasim Kamid, 1446 West Huron, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And Ms. Kamid, can you state your name and address as well?
Nadine Kamid, 1446 West Huron Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Wasim, you were originally born in Europe, or
Lebanon.
In Lebanon.
Yeah, and my wife is born in Netherlands.
Okay, and you came here to UIC to go to school, and you love Chicago so much that you ended up staying and
Yes,
becoming
actually,
a professional here. Is that right?
Actually, I moved from Atlanta to Chicago, and I ended up staying here. I went my undergrad in Atlanta, and I did my grad school here.
Okay, and you and your wife now own this house that you bought, and you have done some work on, including adding an elevator, because you hope to have your mother, who's quite elderly and infirmed, in Europe, and possibly at some time Nadine's dad, and you want room to be able to have them stay with you. Is that right?
Correct. 4.5 years ago, we had a fire. We just bought a house. 3 months later, we had a fire, and we spent 2.5 years redoing the house. And technically, we've been trying to get for 4 years now in the process of what we're doing now.
And we went to a community meeting, and we had the alderman's support, and we upzoned it. It's only on a small lot that's 89 by 45, something like that. So in order to get a little more FAR to be able to add a room on the roof, basically, we went to the community organization, had a couple of meetings with them, had a Zoom meeting with the alderman, and we upzoned it from a 3.5 to a 4. Is that right?
Yes.
And we had no opposition in any of those meetings. Your neighbors were very supportive, and you've talked to your immediate neighbors, and they're very supportive. Is that right?
That is correct.
But in order to add a room up on the top, architecturally, to follow the same walls, if you had to come in off the walls, it would be very difficult to do. Is that right?
Yes.
So we're asking for the variance to add this room on the top, and you've hired an architect to comply with all of the codes. And is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
If you were, and you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're not doing this for money, you're doing it to accommodate your family and their ability to live in a house that will work for the family. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. And we're heavily involved in the community. And if anyone drives by our house, they see what we've been doing around the house, and we love the neighborhood, and we're here. Our plan is to retire and spend the rest of our life in this house.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of this witness. Nadine, do you have anything to add to Wasim's explanation?
No, it's just the only thing is just want to let you know that my dad is disabled, and that's why we have the elevator, so he can move on, and that's actually the cause why we have an elevator
Okay.
for his mobility.
Thank you. And then we also should have John Pimento is the architect. Has he logged in?
I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear in Mr. Pimento?
Yep, John, will you please state your name and address?
John Pimentel, 965 West Chicago, from PMPC Architects.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
You're a licensed architect, and your firm has made the plans that would comply with all of the necessary ordinances and regulations of the city. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what's the hardship here? Why do we need a variance?
The lot is smaller than your typical Chicago lot, and in order to be able to do the addition following the exterior walls, we do not comply with the rear yard setback. So that's why we're requesting the variance for that.
Okay. And you and I went through all the criteria necessary for this board to grant the variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with the statement that you signed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. All of these people are available for questions.
Great, thank you, Counselor. Do we have any questions from members of the board?
Yeah, just a quick question. This is Commissioner Toya. I noticed you mentioned it's smaller than a typical city lot. Is it smaller than a typical lot on this block?
Again, most of these lots are about the same size. This is a little smaller just because it's also a corner lot.
Well, and
Sure,
actually,
but most of these lots are smaller on this street. Because I know in this part of town, in the 27th ward, it's close to the first ward, a lot of these lots are smaller than your typical city lot. So I just, when you say it's smaller than your typical lot, then I ask, is it smaller than the typical lots on this block or the block behind it or in front of it?
John, in order to answer the commissioner's question, actually on the cross street, so this has an Huron address. That's a north.
Would you allow me? We have an alley in the back, so it is about 30 feet smaller than the adjacent lot that is east of us. That is on the other side of Bishop.
How about on the block, sir? On the block itself, like neighbors to each side of you, is it smaller than theirs?
Yes, that's what I meant to say. It's on the other side of the street. It's 30 feet. Yes. And across the side of the street. Yes.
So, Commissioner Toya, if you look at the map that's up now, there is a building at the back of their house that faces on whatever the north-south street is. So it takes the whole back of the lot off. And of course, that probably was built in the 1870s or 80s or something. But whereas the rest of the block going west has that extra 30 feet or whatever it is.
Uh-huh. So, all right. So I'm looking at it. Okay. All right. I got it.
Yeah, so it's about three houses that are smaller than the entire lot. Yes.
About 3. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? we'll take this under consideration. Thank you, everybody, and safe travels on your flight.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Enjoy the trip.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go, still with you, Counselor. We're gonna go to 266-21-S and 267-21-Z. Just give me a second to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval for residential use or for residential below the second floor to convert a former ground floor office space to a new dwelling unit, resulting in a 29 total dwelling unit mixed-use building with 28 parking spaces, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 19, 2021, prepared by Senga Architects.
So, Mr. Chairman, hopefully I have Jessica and Stephen Carton.
Yes,
Pardon.
we're here, yes.
Okay. If you would please swear them in.
Okay, yeah. Ms. Garten, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, your name and address?
Oh, Jessica Garten, 15 Mansion Drive, Townsfield, Massachusetts.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. And now, Mr. Garten, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, Stephen Garten, 15 Mansion Drive, Topsfield, Mass. 01983.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Garten, you are living in Massachusetts, but you have a daughter who is married and living on the north side of Chicago, and you have siblings, or your wife does, who live here in Chicago as well. Is that right?
That's correct, although my daughter's not married yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't give me a heart attack.
Okay. Well, when we talked, we were talking about maybe someday you'll have grandchildren here, but anyway, I'm ahead of you. So you intend to establish a home here where you can live part of the year in Massachusetts and part of the year here in Chicago. Is that right?
Yes, we frequent Chicago often and stay in hotels, so we decided to purchase a place to be near my daughter.
And this is kind of an interesting place. On the outside, it looks like a warehouse, but in the middle, there's a courtway, and there's 20. There have always been 28 residential condominiums in the middle of the building. Is that right?
Yes.
But there also was a doctor's office that was a commercial unit, but the doctor has moved away and that unit was empty. Is that right?
Correct.
And you bought that unit, and you also, in the closing, got a parking space with it. So he had the commercial unit had a parking space with it, which didn't count in the residential count of parking spaces. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so, but when you went to get a permit, you needed a special use because the doctor's office was on the ground floor, and B, because the commercial unit didn't require a parking space, even though you got one with it. We had to get a variance to waive that extra parking space. Is that right?
That's right.
And so that's why we're here today. And you and I went through all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use and this variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with your written statement. Is that right?
Yes, we would.
And Jessica, is there anything you could add to that?
No, that's just about it.
Okay. And then we have Joe Ryan. Well, I'm sorry, we also have Furman, the architect. Is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear in Mr. Firma Senga?
Yeah, of course. Mr. Senga, can you state your name and address, please?
Furman Segat, 166 West Washington Street, Suite 600, Chicago, Illinois, 60602.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
So
Oh, thank you.
Furman, you're an architect and you made plans that would convert the commercial space into a residential space consistent with the other 28 residential spaces in this condominium. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your plans will conform to all of the rules, regulations, and ordinances of the city. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant the variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we have Joe Ryan for the special use.
Yep. And Joe is both sworn in and acknowledged for his expertise.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep.
So Joe, you looked into this kind of unique little condo operation at this location and made a report regarding it. Is that right?
I did.
And if you were to continue, if you were to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report, which found that it meets all the criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use. Is that right?
Yes, I examined each of the criteria and found that there was no reason for the board to deny this special use application.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. All of these people are available for questions if you have any.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board? We've got what we need. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you very
you.
much, everybody.
Thank you.
So finally, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
We have Just Pawn, which is a pawn shop to be on Broadway.
Yes, yeah, so exactly. We're moving to calendar number 268-21-S. And I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the pawn shop, which will be relocated from 4509 North Sheridan Road, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Just Pawn Inc.
So, Mr. Chairman, I should have an owner, Jaime.
Right here.
And then also an operator, Willie Hernandez.
Perfect. Okay, so Jaime Misulam, can you state your name and address, please?
I'm Hyman Misholam. I'm at 208 Estate Court, Northbrook, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's like this.
Tom, you said you've got,
Willie Hernandez is the operator. He's the day-to-day guy who knows all the nitty-gritty.
Right.
Hyman's been in the business a long time, but he hasn't operated this particular store.
Okay, we'll get them sworn in. You say is William here?
Willie Hernandez?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Okay. Mr. Hernandez, can you please state your name and address?
Sure. William Hernandez, 7834 West Rasher Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60656.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay.
So I think I'd start with Mr. Hernandez. You currently operate a store on Sheridan, about a block away from the store that we're now asking for a special use for. Is that right?
That's correct.
How long have you done that?
At that location, 28 years.
Okay. And the reason you're moving is because the city has authorized or approved a new project at your current location. And so the landlord is clearing it so they can build the new project. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so you looked around the neighborhood for the closest available empty store that would accommodate your operation. And it's about a block or a block and a half away is this new location. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during those 28 years that you've operated that store, you haven't had any police problems or any community problems. You've actually been a very positive force in the community. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you abide by all of the rules about logging for the police and cooperating with the police and making sure that you don't have stolen materials and that you run a clean shop. Is that right?
That is correct. Every day we send out a report to Leads Online every single night, whether it's a little piece of scrap gold or a $3,000 guitar. Every single item is sent to the police department every day.
And you intend to continue with that good record and continue to operate a good, clean shop at your new location. Is that right?
Oh, yes, of course.
And you and I went through all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you would testify consistently with the statement you swore to. Is that right?
That is correct.
So that's what I have of that witness. Jaime, could we just briefly find out a little bit about you? How long have you been in the
Pawn business? I've been in the pawn business for 45 years.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez has worked for you for the last 28, is that right?
Yes, he has.
And he does the day-to-day at that location, but you are the financier and the owner.
Yes, correct.
And so the board likes to hear from an owner, not just a worker. So we had you sign an affidavit as well. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then we have Joe Ryan.
Yes.
So you looked into this pawn shop that was and the pawn shop that will be and wrote a report. Is that right?
It's correct.
And what did you find?
On the basis of their operating history around the corner, moving here would have no impact, no negative impact on the surrounding properties whatsoever.
Okay. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. All of these people are available for any questions the commissioners might have.
Perfect. So I know you mentioned that you send these reports to the police all the time. We always just ask when we have a special use for a pawn shop coming in about any history of issues with the police or any violations of any kind.
Well, we've been there for 28 years, and in the 28 years that I've been there, I haven't had to call the police once. There have been times where merchandise have come in that the police have questioned, and we do what we always do. We cooperate, and if merchandise has to be confiscated, it will. And we do everything we can to actually work with the police to make sure that if something comes in that we're not supposed to have or that was reported lost or stolen, we get it back to them.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions from members of the board?
Yes, I have one question. This is Commissioner Toya. Jaime, are you the only owner? Do you have partners? Are you the only owner?
I have one partner, Mr. Randy Cohn.
Yes. Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay.
How much do you own? How much does Randy own?
We each own 50%, 50-50.
50%. All right. And you've been partners with Randy for the whole time?
The whole time.
Whole time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you,
No, we're
everybody.
good.
We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time and patience with us.
Oh, of
Thank
course.
you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're gonna move on now to calendar number 269-21-Z at 846 West Oakdale. And I believe we're making a switch to Counselor John Pekarsky. So John, whenever you're ready.
John, you're muted.
Hey, John, we can see you. We just can't hear you.
Mr. Pekarsky, you are unmuted in Zoom, but we are still not able to hear you. Maybe something else that you need to turn on for your microphone? Now you're muted again in Zoom.
Now am I unmuted?
Now we hear you.
Ah, wonderful.
There you are, John.
Okay. It would be a shame after a full day to not be heard and to deprive the board of my pearls of wisdom.
We'd never let that happen. We'd figure out a way.
Okay. This afternoon, I represent Diane Foote and her husband Kevin, who are the owners of the property at 846 West Oakdale. This is an extremely fine home.
Uh-oh, John, I think your sound cut off. Yeah, unless this is on my end, John, the sound cut off.
Not just on your end.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're muted now in Zoom, so you have to unmute.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yep, we got you.
No, you muted again. You were back, but you muted again.
Completely? No, I'm
Now
just
you're good.
unmuted.
Now we hear you. Don't change anything. Yeah.
Pekarsky, don't touch anything. You're good.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you, John.
Speaker, no, none of this. Am I now
We can hear you.
intelligible? I'm not.
Yes, we can hear you.
John, you're back on mute.
Now am I unmuted?
No, yeah, you're good. Can you hear us?
You're unmuted.
Okay, am I now unmuted?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, John. Yep.
Where's the sound? Oh my gosh.
We'll get it sorted out.
Chairman, I can show a message to Mr. Pekarsky that he can dial a phone number.
Yeah, could you do that, Kamal? And we'll try for a couple more minutes, and if not, we'll circle back.
Okay.
Hello, testing 1, 2,
Yep.
3.
Yep.
we can hear you.
John, we hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, now I can hear you and I hope you can hear me.
Yes. Loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Now we're back on.
Soon we'll be back in person. I can't say how soon. Not up to
Oh.
me. Not up to me, but we won't have these issues. So anyway, go right ahead.
Okay, I must admit I am functionally illiterate in these modern day mechanisms. I have with me Diane Foote, who's I'm
Hi
sure
there,
is
I'm here.
much more literate than I am. And I have our architect, Gary Wands, W-A-N-D-S. The property is at 846 West Oakdale. As you can see by the photograph put on, it is an architecturally significant building. And it is actually in a landmark district. We have been to the landmark people, and since our activity is all at the rear, they have no problem with what we're doing. My client purchased the property in 2017 for $1,300,000. They intend to live there with their family. When they purchased it, the property had a derelict garage at the rear and a fully cemented in backyard. My client, subsequent to the ownership, has, with a permit, built a brick garage, a new brick two-car garage, which they now, which is equipped for a roof deck, and they now would like to join the first floor of the property to the roof deck. The property, as I said, we're not talking about a reasonable rate of return since they are living there and they intend to live there with their family. I have in my possession a letter from the alderman as well as the two adjoining property owners. One of the, and the hardship, really, the difficulty is that our house is infinitely shorter than the other two adjoining houses. Both are about 12 feet longer, so that the only available light comes from the west and goes to the top of the garage. And that's why we're seeking to use the garage roof deck as our deck and to join it by by a means of construction. I would offer Mrs. Foote as my first witness. Please state your name, address, please. Can't hear me.
Sorry,
again.
I know my dog barked, so I muted myself. My name is Diane Foote, and I live at 846 West Oakdale in Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And who do you live there with?
And do you, sorry, John, one second. Ms. Foote, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. And who do you live at 846 with?
My husband, Kevin, my son, Stephen, and my obnoxious dog, Jazzberry, who you heard a minute ago.
Okay. And you purchased this home in 2017, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you've made significant improvements to the home, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you felt that the substandard garage was actually a detriment to your home, which is at the rear of the lot, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you replaced that substandard wooden garage with a brick garage, which is equipped for a deck, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you would like to join that garage with the house?
We would,
correct?
yeah. Correct.
And while it is potentially possible to place a stairway in the rear yard, that would effectively remove the green space from your rear yard. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was all cemented in before. We want to have plantings back there, perhaps a tree, small tree, and if we had to eat up half of that space with a staircase that sat on the ground, would just cut down our available space to be able to do that.
Okay. I have no further questions of Diane.
Chairman, just want to point out that Ms. Velasquez was sharing her screen, but when I showed the message, it went away. So if she wants to do that again.
I think, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's because we don't really have photos.
Okay, okay.
Okay, John, do you want to go to the architect?
Yes, I do. Gary Wands, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Hi, I'm Gary Wands, the project involved with Door 13 Architects. I reside at 1130 North Dearborn, Unit 2401, Chicago, 60610.
And you were the project architect?
Sorry, John. I missed the beat. Gary, will you please swear or affirm? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us about the project that you prepared the drawings for?
Well, basically, you know, by code, a stair going from grade level to a garage roof deck must be parallel to the garage itself. As Ms. Foote said, you know, having a stair on the grade level will reduce significantly the amount of green space that they have available, which is only about 400 square feet. And I might add, because of the adjoining neighbors, they don't get much sunlight back there at all. So again, they're trying to maximize the backyard while utilizing, you know, getting some sunlight back there near the garage, where the stair, you know, would have been without this bridge that we're proposing to use.
Okay, Gary, I have prepared an affidavit on your behalf. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that affidavit talks about the criteria for the variation that we are seeking. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I ask you the questions that appear in that affidavit, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further from Gary.
Okay, Gary, so a stairwell that's parallel with the garage, so what we call a Hopkins stair, is, or can you mute if you're not speaking? There's some feedback. A Hopkins stair could be done by right, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna need some more information on what the hardship is here.
Gary, it is my understanding that both adjacent properties are about 12 feet longer than our property. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So that the available sunlight is not available except for the garage roof. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, if you were designing with a staircase in the rear yard, would it be your testimony that that would take up a substantial portion of the 400-foot rear yard?
Yes, it would be.
And there would be no particular benefit to not having a bridge to the garage. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The bridge itself connects the first floor with the garage?
Yes.
I have no further questions of Gary. I would like to recall Diane to ask her about the affidavit that I prepared on her behalf.
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, Diane, at my request, or at your request, I have prepared an affidavit on your behalf. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that states the criteria for a variation of this sort. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I ask you the same questions that appeared in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
May I also speak a little bit on the hardship? Because I think, you know, I do have a little bit more information, and I think I do have the ability to share my screen, if that would be all right.
We can't do that here, unfortunately. Everything we show has to have been submitted by a certain time.
Got it.
They ask you on hardship anyway, so feel free to go down that road of explanation.
I'm happy to do that, and I'll just describe the photo that I have in front of me, and it is of our neighbors to the east. It is a very tall 4-story building. We are a 2-story building. They have a garage roof deck similar to what we're seeking to do, and they have a pretty heavy black staircase going extending beyond the back of their house, which is already 12 feet beyond the back of our house, that has many different layers and a couple of different decks there. And it really, we feel very closed in the backyard. We have actually taken off there was an external piece to the back of our house. We have actually removed that. We have actually shrunk the footprint size of our house to increase the amount of open air space and sunlight that we get back there. And it's a benefit also for our neighbors because the sunlight and air, it's just more space back there for everyone. We do have letters of support from both of the neighbors on either side and the alderman, as you've heard. Our neighbor to the west also has a building that is taller than ours and extends further behind ours. They also have a piece built onto the back of their house that is all brick and very solid. So even beyond the length of the house, it's there's an added on piece to it. So we are looking to increase the green space. We are looking to increase the sunlight and increase the open air space really for, it'll help all 3 buildings in my opinion. And the hardship is just, it feels really closed in back there. I know there might be hardships that are worse than that in this world today, but that is the reason that we're seeking to maximize the space as much as we can. And a floating walkway would do that for us in a way that would maximize it more than a staircase sitting on the ground.
Okay. And I understand that. I think hopefully you were made aware ahead of like the city frowning upon these catwalks. And a lot of times we get cases like yours that don't have the option of the Hopkins style stair. It's, you know, here, this is a tricky one for us because you have an option by right to access your roof deck. When we think of hardship, it has to relate to the property, something to do with a substandard lot, not having any access to the roof. So what I would say is, and I think we'll have some other questions from board members, but we're really going to have to grasp for hardship here.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Have you found catwalks of this kind on your block already?
Yes, yes. One of the other pictures that I have shows one on the other side of our alley. And as I've described, the people to the immediately to the east of us do have a walk that goes from their building to their garage roof deck. They are pretty common around here.
In fact, the property across the alley to the east, which property we represented, has exactly the same variation that is being sought. And the property to the east of us is much larger, has a full metal deck taking up stairway and deck taking up the entire what would be or what should be a green space.
Between the house and the garage, that's right.
And the property to the west, again, is about 12 feet longer than ours, and does not allow the entrance of light and air, except in the later day and evening from the west. And that is located, the only light and air would be located on top of the roof. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any additional questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration, and thank you everyone for your time today.
Thank you for your time too and your patience.
Thank you. Yep. All right, we're gonna hop to calendar number 270-21-S. This will be Counselor Pekarsky again, but I'm gonna go ahead and read the department's recommendation on the special use. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval for residential use below the second floor to convert an existing 3-unit residential building to 4 dwelling units by adding a new ground floor basement dwelling unit, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated September 3rd, 2020, prepared by Studio.G Architects, LLC.
Again, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pekarsky, and this is the case involving 1437 West Howard Street. 1437 West Howard Street. I have with me the architect, Mr. Pavel Gibas, and the client, Mr. Dmitry Vyskobinyet. I'll spell that for the betterment of the architect, of the court reporter. That's Voskoboynik, Voskoboynik. I would call as my first witness, Dmitry. Please
Yes,
state
I'm
your
here.
name, address, and occupation.
Yes, my name is Dmitry Voskoboynik. Address is 1040 Edgebrook Lane, Glencoe, Illinois 60022. And I'm
Thank
the
you.
member, the owner of DVPK Homes LLC that owns that property.
Okay. You're,
Right, and let me get him sworn in, John. So, Mr. Voskobojnik, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, Dmitry Voskobojnik, 1030 Edgebrook Lane, Glencoe, Illinois, 60022.
Sorry to have you repeat it. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
and you are the managing member of the ownership of the property in question, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you are seeking to add a dwelling unit at the basement or garden level of the subject site, is that correct?
Correct.
The property in question measures 39 feet, frontage feet by 150 feet of depth, is that correct?
Correct.
So it's a 5,700 square feet or thereabouts. At the rear, it's my understanding that there is a three-car brick garage, all of the parking spaces being of legal size, is that correct?
Correct.
And you intend, with the board's approval, to introduce a dwelling unit at the first level of the subject site, is that correct?
Correct.
The current 3 units of the building are rented but are being improved by you, is that correct?
Correct.
2 of the 3 units are Section 8 housing, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding that you purchased the property for about $580,000, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the cost of construction is going to be about $190,000, is that correct?
That's correct. That's what I already put in to rehab the existing units.
Okay. And then you're going to add the first floor construction costs, is that correct?
Correct.
What, in your opinion, will be the proposed rental for that unit?
For that unit, and about $1,800 per month.
Okay. Now, if not granted, you obviously could not build this unit. After putting in the additional $190,000 to your purchase price, would that completely distort any opportunity for a reasonable rate of return?
Yes, correct.
And if granted the variation, do you believe that you could produce a reasonable rate of return for this property?
Yes, correct.
And is it your testimony that there are several other first floor dwelling units or garden level dwelling units on the block?
Yes, it is.
And is it your testimony that we will not, by introducing this first floor or garden floor unit, be in any way altering the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, not at all.
Okay. I have no further questions of Mr. Voskobojnik. I would.
John, maybe we go to the rest of your witnesses and circle back for questions.
Okay. I would call Mr. Joseph Ryan. Mr. Ryan, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Joseph Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Okay. And at my request, have you examined the subject site?
Yes.
Can you please describe the subject site and the surrounding environs of it?
It's a rectangular site located mid-block. There's numerous first floor residential uses along that block.
Now, in your opinion, will this introduction at this location of a garden level residence be in any way altering of the character of the neighborhood?
No,
In your opinion, will the proposal be compatible with, as far as noise, hours of operation, traffic, etc., with the surrounding neighborhoods?
no, not whatsoever.
In your opinion, will there be a diminution in safety or comfort of the pedestrians?
No.
I have no further questions of Mr. Ryan. Oh, Mr. Ryan, I have at your request prepared an affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I ask you the same questions that appeared in that affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
They would be the same.
Okay, fine. I have no further questions of Mr. Ryan.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to get on the other witness, John?
Mr. Voisko-Boniek?
Yes.
I have a Mr. Tokarski on my list.
Well, Bogdan Tokarski is with the architect, and so I would call then Mr. Kibas, please. Mr. Kibas, are you there?
Oh, he's getting promoted. If we give him just a second, his hand is raised.
Okay, I am here now.
Perfect. And Mr. Kibas is sworn in.
Yes.
Please state your name and address and occupation, Mr. Kibas.
Pavel Gibas, architect for Studio G Architects, 125 East Lake Street, Suite 106 in Bloomingdale, Illinois, 60108.
Okay, and you've been previously sworn in, is that
Yeah, yes,
correct?
I was. Yes.
Okay. Can you briefly describe the proposal for the subject site?
Sure. We're working with an existing 3-story building with an unfinished basement. We are putting in an additional 4th unit into the basement. The building currently has 3 units on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor.
And the zoning is B31 or B13, I'm sorry, is that correct?
B1-3, yes, correct.
So that the zoning will allow an additional unit at the subject site, is that correct?
Yes,
However, that is subject to a special use, is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, in your opinion as an architect, will the proposed use be compatible with the surrounding uses in the neighborhood?
Yes, it will be compatible.
Are there several ground floor residential uses in and on that block in question?
Yes, in the neighboring properties, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that there will be any diminution in pedestrian safety or comfort as a result of what we're doing?
No, I do not.
The permitting process of the city of Chicago will
Hello?
Yeah, one second, Mr. Gibas. It looks like John is frozen.
Yes.
We see you now, John. I think you're all good.
Okay, fine.
You froze for a second, but we're good.
Okay, I have no further questions of Mr. Gibas.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, one question to start off, any others from the board, but were there any efforts that have gone into already renting out the space?
Dimitri?
Can you repeat the question, please? Was it?
Have you tried to rent the space?
I'm sorry?
Have you already rented out the space?
Correct. The three, not the one we're talking about, but 3 units, yes, they are rented out.
Okay.
And 2 of them to the CHA, and 1 is just to students, for students.
Okay. Okay. Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration, and thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too, Joe. Thanks, Joe and John. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, 1 second, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna call now calendar numbers 271-21-S and 272-21-Z. And a quick revision to the agenda. I think there's a little typo. I'm just confirming what it is, but the address in the agenda says 6037 North Ardmore Avenue. And this should instead be 6037 West Ardmore Avenue. So we're gonna just revise that on the record.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. And Tom, I'm gonna read the department's recommendation really quick and then you can go ahead. For 271-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a non-required off-site accessory parking lot to serve the existing religious assembly and school uses at 5843-59 North Moody Avenue, provided that number 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Catholic Bishop of Chicago. Number 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 27, 2021, prepared by McBride Engineering, Inc. And number 3, the final landscape plan complies with section 17-11, landscaping and screening of the Chicago zoning ordinance. All right, with that, Counselor, you can go right ahead.
Good afternoon, actually early evening. I'm Thomas Rains on behalf of the applicant, Catholic Bishop of Chicago. Also on here, I believe, is Tim Barton, who was the planner for the special use, and Father Michael Grizzoliano, who's the pastor, and Mary McBride from McBride Engineering, who prepared the parking lot layout. The application here is to establish a non-required off-site parking lot to serve the St. Elizabeth of the Trinity Church, which is the former St. Tarcissus site, which is now the combination of 3 churches onto this one site. The Archdiocese of Chicago consolidated 3 churches to this one site, and that is the reason for the applications before you to establish this parking lot, which will provide 36 off-site spaces, which are directly across the street on Ardmore from to serve the 5843 North Moody location of the church. My clients have met with the neighbors, and if you look at this picture, you see a neighbor now, you see adjacent, now you see adjacent and south, and the other one you see adjacent and west. So there are 2 neighbors there. They've talked to both neighbors, and the neighbors are going to participate in and have participated in some of the screening around that lot. The Archdiocese is also going to provide more than double the required landscaping on this lot. There'll be iron fencing along Ardmore and McVicker. And so the required 7.5% of landscaping will actually be 16.8% for landscaping. And so I'd like to introduce Tim Barton, who prepared a report for this special use. So if you want to swear him in.
And yeah, and I also, Tom, I see that Alderman Gardner's on, and I'm assuming it's for this matter. So Alderman, I'll put it up to you. Do you want to speak at the beginning or the end?
The beginning.
Perfect.
Yes.
You know, Tom, if it's okay with you, I'll let the Alderman go right now.
Please.
All right. Go right ahead, Alderman.
Okay, sure. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the constituents of my ward and in our neighborhood. I actually live just a couple blocks away from here. I am in support of this, and as is the rest of the community. So full steam ahead if possible.
Okay, great. Yep. Thanks for coming today and voicing your support. We appreciate the time and you coming in. All right. With that, Tom, I can get, if you're going to Tim Barton next, I'll swear Tim in.
Chairman, how do you want me to proceed? Do you want me to do special use first, then variation, or do you want me to do them together?
Do them together.
Okay, so then with respect to the variation, we're seeking a variation to reduce the front setback on Ardmore from what would be 14.5 feet to 7 feet. And by doing this, it will allow us to fit 3 additional cars in that lot. I think you can see from the plan here, there'll be access in on Ardmore and the out through the alley. So you're not going to get a lot of traffic over that Ardmore sidewalk. Okay, and so moving along, Mr. Barton's on if you want to swear him in.
Great. Mr. Barton, will you please state your name and address?
Sure. Hi, my name is Timothy Barton. I reside at 5401 South Hyde Park Boulevard in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Barton, did you have occasion to visit the property and prepare a report in conjunction with the application for special use?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in your report, did you find that the elements of the standards for the special use have been met?
I did.
And asked to give testimony, would your testimony be consistent with that in your report?
Yes, it would.
Okay. At this time, do you want to take questions witness by witness, or do you want me to do all 3 of my witnesses first, Chairman?
Do all 3, and it would be good if we got the applicant on.
Yes, the applicant is on.
Yeah,
Father Mike?
If we swear him in so that we can.
Sure. Father Mike, are you there?
He should be on the phone call.
Telephone? Yeah.
I see him. He's muted currently.
All right, can you hear me now? I'm sorry about that.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep. Yeah, Father Mike, will you please state your name and address?
Yeah, Father Michael Grisolano, 6020 West Ardmore.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner or Chairman. Father Mike, it's Tom Raines. In conjunction with my office, we prepared affidavits and you signed those. If asked to give testimony today relative to the special use or the variation, would you testify in accordance with those affidavits?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. McBride is on, Chairman, if you want to swear her in.
Great. Yeah, Ms. McBride, can you state your name and address as well?
Yes, I'm Mary Catherine McBride, McBride Engineering, and we're at 1820 Ridge Road in Homewood, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. McBride. Affidavits were prepared for you in conjunction with my office, and you signed those affidavits. And if asked to give testimony today, would you testify consistent with what's in those affidavits?
Yes, I would.
At this point, we have nothing further to offer. I'd love to entertain questions from the board, Chairman.
Great. Any questions from the board? Doesn't sound like we have any, so we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Okay, so we're gonna go to calendar number 273-21-Z, and this is at 816 North May Street. So Counselor Santos, let me know when you're ready.
Did that work? Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, go right ahead.
Wonderful. Let me see if I can get on video here too. Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you for your patience in working through this very long agenda. You guys are terrific on a Friday afternoon. So Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Elizabeth Santos. I am an attorney who represents Ashley Wendella and Brendan Metzger, who are the owners of the property at 816 North May Street, which is the subject of this variation application. Specifically, the variation is to reduce the required front setback from 6.76 feet to 0 feet, and to reduce the required north side setback from 5.06 to 0.67. There's no south setback requirement here because the south side of this building is on an alley. And the total side setback as a result is a combination and is being reduced from 5.06 to 0.67. And it's to allow the construction of a new second story addition, which is partially going to follow the existing exterior walls below, and a partially rebuilt front wall that faces May Street. Originally, the owners and the architect believed that they would be able to rehabilitate this front wall without the need for a variation on this existing non-conforming building. But building department sent them to zoning, and zoning said, no, you need a variation in order to work on this front wall. As you can see, this is an old building and it's a 0 setback here. So we're working on rehabilitating a very unique and interesting building on an incredibly strange lot. I know that there are other triangular shaped lots around. There's actually one not too far from here down Ogden Avenue, but this is really unique. It's on an alley, on a street, and then abuts a house to the north. And it effectively sits from lot line to lot line. There's a little bit of open space on the other side that you can't see in this photo, but that's all. And the applicant here, this couple, have had just really tremendous vision in terms of rehabilitating this long vacant and underutilized property, and the neighbors are thrilled. So they've gotten a lot of support. The alderman is in favor, and I think everybody in the neighborhood just can't wait for them to get started. And you can get a really good look here. There's just really not a lot to work with. So in terms of a hardship situation created by this property, I think that the pictures are worth far more than 1,000 of my words. So I'm going to let those speak for themselves. And also, obviously, I have some testimony here from the applicant. Ashley Wendella is here with us. So if you'd like to start by swearing her in, Mr. Chairman, I'll appreciate that.
Yep, absolutely. Miss Wendella, can you state your name and address, please?
Ashley Wendella, 816 North May Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So Ms. Wendella, together with Brendan Metzger, you're the owner of this property, correct?
Correct.
And when you purchased this property, was this the existing condition of the property?
Yes.
So you and Mr. Metzger did nothing to create the hardship situation that you're facing here, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you know, other than maybe some items that were stored here by the prior owners, this property had not been used for quite some time before you purchased it, is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And in preparing the application and the supporting documents, I prepared a set of findings of fact, which I provided to you together with a draft of an affidavit containing testimony regarding this site and the criteria for the variation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify here today, live and in more detail, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that was previously submitted to the board?
Yes.
In the interest of time, unless there are a lot of questions or concerns, I guess I'd like to end Ashley's testimony here and move on to the architect, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
We'll do that, and then we'll check on questions at the end.
Okay, so let's move along to Elise Agnello, who I believe is familiar to the board. She is the project architect, and let's get her sworn in.
Yeah, Ms. Agnello, can you state your name and address, please? You might be on mute.
I know Elise is there.
Oh, there we go.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was on mute. My name is Elise Agnello. I reside at 2650 West Belden here in Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
And Elise, could you state your name and the name of your business and the address of your business, please?
Yes. The name of my business is DAM, that's DAAM, LLC, and we are currently located at my address, which is 2650 West Belden.
And you are the project architect with regard to this application, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are familiar both with the application and the property, but also with the area and the buildings surrounding this property, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in addition, you reviewed the findings of fact that I prepared in connection with this application and swore out an affidavit as well, including your testimony regarding the various criteria for the variation. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to testify here today in more detail, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that was previously submitted?
Yes, it would.
As I noted in my introduction, this is a very unusual property. I'd like to open it up to the board if they have questions, either for the applicant, of course, or for Elise from a design perspective, or certainly anything that I can help answer. Let us know.
Great. Any questions from members of the board? I think we've got what we need on this one. Thanks for hanging around all day. And we'll take this under consideration.
All right, thanks. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Mr. Chairman.
You too, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to a double special use. Calendar number 278-21-S and 279-21-S. And while Counselor gets situated, I'm gonna read the recommendations. Okay, for calendar number 278-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon within the existing operation of a body art services microblading by hand only at 7061 West Belmont and within the expanded tenant space at 7063 West Belmont. For calendar number 279-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the body art service microblading with machinery within the existing operation of the body art services microblading by hand only at 7061 West Belmont and within the expanded tenant space at 7063 West Belmont, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Haley Ashby, DBA, The Beauty Castle.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 33 North LaSalle Street. And I represent the owner or the applicant, Haley Ashby, doing business as The Beauty Castle. Just as the chairman had read the recommendation into the record, the applicant is seeking a special use number 1 to establish a hair salon within the existing operation of a body art services establishment at 7061 West Belmont, which is located within 1,000 feet of an existing personal service establishment. And the second special use is seeking a body art service microblading with machinery at 7061 West Belmont, The applicant is also seeking to expand the same operations with all uses combining both spaces at 7061-7063. The applicant will occupy 2 of the 3 storefront spaces within the existing 1-story building. Hopefully I have on with me are Haley Ashby, the applicant, and Kareem Musawar, our expert urban planner. Hopefully they are both on with us.
Great. Yeah. Do we have Miss Ashby on?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Miss Ashby, will you state your name and address, please?
Haley Ashby, 7900 West Birchdale, Elmwood Park.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Haley, you are the owner and operator of the Beauty Castle, which is a sole proprietorship, which is a spa, tattoo, and microblading establishment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been licensed as a body art establishment and have been providing microblading at 7061 West Belmont since 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your business is thankfully growing and you want to expand into the next space next door at 7061 West Belmont and wish to offer hair services and microblading in that space. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
For both of these addresses, you are looking to add microblading using machinery with disposable single-use needles. Is that correct?
Yes.
All of your artists offering microblading services by hand or machine will be certified permanent makeup artists and maintain annual bloodborne pathogen certifications, which are state required licensing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have prepared an affidavit in support of this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you would continue to testify, you would do so consistent with what is contained in that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Ms. Ashby. I would welcome questions from the board.
Any questions from the board for Miss Ashby? Okay, Miss Ashby, we'll take this under consideration and thank you very much for your time.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
And we should probably, sorry, I'm on a roll, Pat, but you're probably telling me we should get Kareem on.
just very quickly.
Yeah. Go right ahead.
So
Kareem, I believe is, actually, I don't think he's sworn in. We only talked to him in continuances. So Kareem, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. Kareem Musawar. I am a land use consultant at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And we recognize your expertise.
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Mr. Musawar, you have visited the site and prepared a report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also submitted an affidavit summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You have concluded that the special use, if granted, will not adversely affect surrounding property values. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And you have also concluded that the special use, if granted, meets all of the other criteria for this board to grant the special use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you would to continue to testify, you would do so consistent with what is contained in your report and affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions for Mr. Musawar. Welcome questions from the board.
Yeah, any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Again, Ms. Ashby, thanks so much for coming in today.
And
Thank you.
finally, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I personally spoke with Alderman Taliaferro earlier this week, who is in support of the special use applications.
Great, thanks. Cool, thanks, Ashby. We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Enjoy the weekend.
You too. Okay, we're going to go now to the last of the regular call, and that's 280-21-Z at 1505 North Central Avenue.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can, Counselor.
Apologies, 1 second. All right, good evening, board, good evening, Chairman. Thank you guys for doing such a great job today, and I appreciate your patience. Hopefully, I'll be able to wrap this one pretty quick, and we'll be even closer to the end of the day. So for the record, my name is Ben Weber from the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz, and I am the attorney for the applicant Maldonado Properties for the application number 28021Z. The applicant seeks a variation to reduce the minimum north side setback from 2.4 feet to 0.43 feet. And to reduce the combined side setback from 6 feet to 3.64 feet, and to reduce the front setback from 12.7 feet to 9.97 feet. In order to permit the construction of a 2-story single-family residence with a basement and front porch. The owner of the applicant, Daniel Maldonado, purchased the property to reside there with his family and elderly mother. When it was purchased, the property was improved with a 2-story single-family residence and a front porch that had fallen into disrepair. Subsequent to purchasing the property, the applicant's mother was diagnosed with primary osteoarthritis in both knees, which prevented her from traveling up and down stairs. As a result, the applicant sought to rebuild the dilapidated porch and construct a side below-grade entry stairway to the basement where his mother resides. The applicant obtained permits using an initial scope of work, and after beginning construction and rehabilitation, revised plans were submitted for additional renovations. After all work was completed, the city reported to the applicant that the initial building permit was issued in error and variations to the front and north side setback were required. The city issued a denial letter that was used to obtain variations to the north side setback and front setback in January of 2020. These are the same variations identified in this application. After the variations were approved in January of 2020, the city informed the applicant that the renovation work performed constituted the construction of an entirely new building. They further reported that the variations previously obtained did not apply because the denial letter that was issued and relied on did not list the correct scope of work. As a result, the applicant is required to obtain the same variations already approved due solely to a formality in the denial letter process. There is no substantive change between the variations previously approved and the pending application. The purpose of the variations is to legalize not only the front and side setback of the property, but to legalize the single-family residence which has existed on the property for 110 years. Without the requested variations, the applicant will be required to demolish the entire building and construct a new residence in compliance with the ordinance. Should the requested variations be granted, the existing single-family residence will remain at the property and will remain entirely unchanged. With that, I have the testimony of the applicant, Daniel Maldonado, who is accompanied by his daughter, Jaslyn Maldonado, as a translator should the need arise, as well as the partner of the architect, Jaime Gascon, who I believe previously testified before the board today. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, if you would swear in the applicant.
Mr. Maldonado, can you please state your name and address?
Daniel Maldonado, 1505 North Central Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60651.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And I'll swear your daughter in just to the extent that she does translate. It's your daughter, correct?
Yes, I speak English, but if I can't understand something, she's gonna help me. But I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah, let's move forward, and if you need it, then we'll do it. But we might be okay. So I'll also swear in. Actually, we don't need to swear in the architect because it's Mr. Gascon, correct?
That is correct.
He's already sworn in, so we're going to put that on the record.
All right, and then Chairman, similar to past applications, would you prefer that I cover all witness testimony or all applicant testimony and then leave questions afterwards?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Mr. Maldonado, can you please state your name again for the record?
Daniel Maldonado.
And are you the sole owner of the applicant Maldonado Properties, Inc., which owns the property located at 1505 North Central?
Yes, I am.
And do you currently reside at the property with your family, including your elderly mother?
Yes.
And did you submit an affidavit with our findings of fact?
Yes.
And were the statements made in that affidavit true and accurate?
Yes, yes.
And actually, let me go ahead. Sorry, I should have done it before. I'm going to swear in your daughter. So, ma'am, will you state your name and address?
My name is Jacqueline Maldonado, and 1505 North Central in Chicago, Illinois 60651.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to accurately translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and so just one more time for the record. Mr. Maldonado, were the statements you made in the affidavit previously submitted, were those statements true and accurate?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony today the testimony that you provided in that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, that is all I have for Mr. Maldonado, and I will move on to Mr. Gascon. Mr. Gascon, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Jaime Gascon from 606 Design and Construction. We're at 6 Northwestern, Chicago, Illinois.
And as you previously testified today, you are partners with Radul Tepovic at 606 Design, correct?
That is correct.
And Radul is currently unavailable because he had to travel to Europe for his brother's funeral, correct?
That is correct.
So you are testifying in his place?
That is correct.
And did you work with Radul on the project plans for this property?
I did.
And Radul had previously submitted an affidavit in support of the findings of fact, correct?
Yes.
And everything he stated in that affidavit is true and correct?
Yes.
And for your testimony today, do you also adopt the testimony made in Radul's affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Now, briefly, Mr. Gascon, the requested variations for this property were previously obtained from the ZBA in January of 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you can briefly, again, can you please state or explain why we are seeking the same variations in this application?
I know it sounds a little bit like we're asking for the same thing twice. Well, that's exactly what we're doing, is asking for the same thing twice during construction and during city inspections that Mr. Maldonado requested so that he complies with the Chicago Building Code. He was told that the permit was no longer valid and the permit would need to revise drawings. Once we proceeded with that, we were told also that the previous denial letter was not valid because of some wording on the scope. So we had to start the process all over again.
And so the need for this current application is simply due to the incorrect language in the denial letter?
That is correct. Luckily, we were able to submit the exact same building application and the exact same drawings as we did the first time.
All right, thank you. And with that, I believe we will rest our case in chief.
Okay, I just want to get a few things clear on the prior permit. So were any of them an easy permit?
No, none of them were an easy permit. It was a standard plan review.
Okay, because the 2018 permit that we were provided said it was to correct previous violations.
I can't confirm, but Mr. Daniel might be able to confirm, but might have been before he owned the property.
Okay. Okay, great. So Mr. Maldonado, was the 2018 permit in any way to correct previous violations?
Sí, que el permiso que sacamos fue para hacer un completo rehab y para arreglar todas las violaciones de la casa.
The permit that we had was to make a complete rehab and to
En todas las violaciones de la casa, para arreglar todas las violaciones de la casa.
and to fix the whole house.
Pero
Renovations.
pero dile que nos dijeron en el zoning que el permiso nos dieron ellos por error, o sea, que ellos tuvieron el error, que no revisaron, que nos dieron el permiso.
They said that in the permit, in the zoning,
Soy,
that it was a mistake that they gave us the permit and it was their fault because they didn't check the permit before they handed it to us. So they were.
y cuando yo revisé el permiso, ellos chequearon y dijeron que tenía que no nos podían dar el permiso porque tenían que arreglar estas cosas.
And when I had to go check and review it, they told us that we couldn't get the new permits because of that mistake that happened with them.
Okay. And will you remind me, what year did you purchase the property?
En el 2018.
2018.
Okay, so if there were violations, it's very potentially before you were the owner.
Sí, dile que yo compré la casa y yo estaba haciendo todo acuerdo de la ley. Solo que lo único que yo me confundí es que le viré unas paredes que estaban muy viejas y las puse nuevas y desde ahí tengo este problema.
Yes, I was doing everything under the law except for I was mistaken and I accidentally took down all the walls, which I was not supposed to do that. And then that's how all the permits came in visit the house.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the explanation. Any questions from the board? Okay, I think we got what we need here. So thank you everyone for your time and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to start off with continuances now and keep it rolling. First up, we've got calendar number 33-21-S. And I'll read the department's recommendation while Paul Kopak gets settled. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a one-lane drive-through to serve a proposed one-story Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Govind Associates LLC, that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 18th, 2021, prepared by Atul Karkanis Architects, and the final Roosevelt Street elevation is finalized prior to issuance of building permit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you, Paul.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kopak with offices at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant, Govind Associates LLC. I have with me today the member manager of that LLC, Ms. Kajal Patel. We have our expert witness, Mr. Kareem Musawir, and waiting is our architect and senior project manager, Ani Tipnis. As we mentioned, we are requesting an application for a special use to establish a one-lane drive-through to service a proposed fast food restaurant with approximately 1,520 square foot store restaurant. This project has been going on since July of 2020. I do want to extend my appreciation to Mr. Valenziano because we put this together within the last couple days. Ms. Patel, are you available? Kajal?
Yes, I am. Yes, can you hear me?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear?
Ms. Patel, will you speak again so I can see?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Let's see how it goes. It was breaking up at first.
Would you?
Hi, yes, my name is Kajal Patel.
Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Patel, can you please state your name and address?
Kajal, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Kajal Patel. Yes, my name is Kajal Patel, 50706.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Ms. Patel, you're the member manager and the applicant of Coven Associates, is that correct? Kajal? Kajal,
Ms. Kajal Patel, you may want to turn your video off.
Yes.
And then just keep your
Yes.
audio on.
you are the member manager?
Yes, can you hear me?
LLC?
Yes.
We can now hear you much better. Mr. Chairman, you can hear that, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes,
And
yes.
if this special use is granted, what would your hours of operation be? Ms. Patel?
You know, maybe she should call in.
24 hours.
They're going to be 24 hours. That's 7 days a week. Is that correct?
24 hours.
7 days a week. Is that correct?
7 days a week. Yes.
And how many full-time and part-time employees would you have?
15.
And you own other Dunkin' Donuts. Is that correct? And you operate them within the city of Chicago. Is that correct? Angel?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And Ms. Patel, if you're around other people, if you could just go somewhere where it's quiet and we can maybe get some streamlined answers, that would be helpful.
And Ms. Patel,
Can you give me 1 minute? I'm gonna, 1 second.
Sure.
Chairman, in the meantime, we lost Mr. Kareem Musawwir. And
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you, Ms. Patel, and we should get Kareem back on.
Okay.
And Ms. Patel,
Yes, I do operate. Go ahead.
go ahead. No, answer that question. You
Yes,
operate
I
other
do
Dunkin'
operate inside
Donuts
the
in the
city
city
of
of
Chicago.
Chicago, is that correct? Ms. Patel, I prepared an affidavit that you signed and we submitted to this board. If you were to continue to testify, you testify in substantial compliance with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions for my client.
Okay, do we have Kareem on? Yeah, he's on, I think he's Kareem ? So get him promoted.
yes, Chairman, I wasn't sure if it's Kareem, Mr. Kareem, because he can still unmute himself, but doesn't look like it's him.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. He just joined back. Okay. I'm bringing him in.
Thank you.
Kareem, let us know when you're on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yep, and you're sworn in, so go right ahead, Paul.
Thank you very much. Mr. Musawwir, would you please state your name
Kareem Sawir.
And you're
Lloyd.
prac-
Go ahead,
go
sir.
ahead. You're a practicing land planner, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Land use consultant at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
And you were hired by Ms. Patel to look at the property and to determine whether or not it meets the qualifications of the special use standards for the city of Chicago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you submitted an affidavit, and in that affidavit, you indicated that you physically inspected the property along with other properties in the immediate area,
Yes, sir.
and that as a result of that inspection, you determined that the proposed special use would be compatible and appropriate at this particular location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, the proposed special use complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience, will not have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think they're waiting for it.
Yeah, I know they are. We've been in that meeting. That the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation.
That's correct.
And the proposed special use is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Yeah, that was a long sought out determination, but yes.
Yes, it was. And again, we gave a shout out to Steve because he was very, very instrumental in getting this across the finish line.
Yes.
And as part of your assignment, you prepared a report detailing your findings and conclusions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as an affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you're called on to testify further, you testify in substantial compliance with that affidavit. Is that correct?
I would.
I have no further questions of Mr. Musawir.
Good, thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to go now to calendar numbers 68-21-Z and 69-21-Z.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Kolpak. I represent the applicant, Shy Partners LLC, a property located at 2711 Washington, Austin. I would like, for purposes of this proceeding, to consolidate 6821Z and 6921Z.
Yep, agreed with that, Paul. And I just want to note too that we have some objectors on this case. So for those objectors, you've potentially never been a part of the process before. We're going to start, and the applicant's going to give their case in chief. And we're going to ask, us as a board are going to ask the applicant initial questions, but then we're going to go to the objectors. Every objector, I think there's a couple, will have a chance to speak, so long as we ask that you don't give any repetitive testimony. It's not helpful to us. It's quality over quantity. And at that point in time, we'll ask you questions. You're also able to ask questions of the applicant. And once we're done with the objection, we'll go back to the applicant for final questions and closing out.
Peter, are you available? I don't see you on the screen. Peter Sterniak?
Mute. Here I am. You guys see me now? Hello?
Okay, just wanted to make sure you were there.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. The property in question is currently zoned RT4. It's an irregularly shaped lot. The lot was, prior to the take for the Kennedy Expressway, approximately 4,528 feet. This resulted in the building of the Kennedy Expressway resulted in a reduction of that lot for approximately 635 feet and allowed only 5 feet of access to the alley in the rear. The original lots of record, again, prior to the take for the Kennedy, there were 23 lots. After the take, there were only 6 lots of record. Of that 6, the 4 lots to the south that you can see retain their square footage of 24 by 125. The only 2 lots that take affected were my client's 2 lots. As I mentioned, we are requesting a reduction from the 4,000 square feet to that of 893 feet, or approximately 107 feet for the proposed addition of a 4th dwelling unit to the existing 3-story, 3-dwelling unit building, as well as requesting a reduction for the off-site parking from 4 spaces to 3 spaces for that unit. The property is currently improved with 2 3-bedroom units and 1 4-bedroom unit. The proposal is to redo the 4-bedroom unit into a 3-bedroom unit and 1 1-bedroom unit. There will be no expansion of the existing building. All the work will be within the existing structure. The reason for this, as we appeared in front of you a couple of years ago, is that there seems to be a certain move for more units in the city and much more affordable units. Now, I'm not talking about affordable housing requirements, but just the fact that we would now be able to offer the community a 1-bedroom unit along with 3 3-bedroom units. As for the hardship for the parking, because we have no alley access, typically that allowed us to get a curb cut. If we had alley access, we would not be able to enter the building off of Washtenaw. So the city recognized the hardship of alley access for us. Peter.
Yes.
Describe the area around you, meaning the school is across the way. There's that school after 4:30, there's ample off-street parking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Saturdays and Sundays, there's ample because the school is not in use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Peter, you and your family own a number of dwelling units in the city. You're also a licensed architect and you're also a realtor. And it is your opinion that there's a demand for smaller units, i.e. 1-bedroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Peter, you spoke to your adjacent neighbor. In fact, you were in my office this morning when you called him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that neighbor, when you talked to him, he has a 10-unit building with no parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, he's right next door to me to the south. He's my only neighbor, in fact.
And he was okay with your, with this application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Peter, if both these variations came through, what would it cost you to reconfigure the existing 4-bedroom unit to the 3 and the 1?
Approximately $40,000.
And your current rent for the 4-bedroom unit is $3,700. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I believe the market rent is. The current tenants are moving out end of this month. They had a bit of struggle filling up the 4 bedrooms as roommates, and they were short on their monthly rent, so we parted ways, and that they're going to be moving out within the next 2 weeks. And
they were currently paying $3,700 for 4 bedrooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we go to the 3-bedroom, what would you rent the 3-bedroom out for?
The upper units are rented at $2,700 per month, And I would assume that the 3-bedroom would rent for the same amount, 2,700 per month.
And then the 1-bedroom, what would you rent that for?
I'm estimating 1,300 per month.
So you would go from $3,700 a month rental for the 4 units to approximately $4,000 a month. If these variations were granted, you would be netting approximately $300 a month. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And based on a $40,000 expenditure in order to do this conversion, you would be looking at approximately 9% return on that $40,000, meaning $300 a month times 12 is 36. So that would be 9% on your investment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it would take you approximately 10 years, all things being equal, in order to come out even. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions for my client.
Okay, quick clarification question. Was the eminent domain, remind me, what year did the eminent domain occur?
Probably 1950. I mean, I remember,
okay. Yeah.
I remember playing football on that street, on that highway.
Okay. Okay, questions from the board before we hear from the other witnesses? Okay, keep going, Counselor.
That's our case in point.
Oh, right. Okay, it's just Peter. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong witness list. Okay, so Peter, can you remind me too when you purchased the property?
I believe it was year 2011. Let me double check. 2011. At the midst of, at the bottom of the market, I believe it was.
Okay, so after 1950.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. And before we get to the objectors, can you talk a little bit about what the communication or conversation with the neighbors, other than the one neighbor that Paul mentioned, have been?
No one personally contacted me, but we had a meeting, I don't know, 2-3 years ago with a community group. I wasn't sure what the community group was made of, who the members were, and I don't know if the objectors were in the room there. But we presented our proposal, and we haven't come to any terms or conclusions. That meeting didn't really go anywhere. We spoke with the alderman. He stated no position when we met him. He wasn't either against it or for it. But at the end, I think he sided with maybe the objectors, or I don't recall. We didn't have an approval letter either, but he had no position after we proposed it to him. He says it looks fine to him, but he wouldn't give us an approval letter, if I remember correctly. Paul, I don't know if you recall the meeting with the alderman.
We met at the park. Actually, we met with, I believe, 3 of the objectors. We met at a park approximately 4 years ago.
Was
Peter,
it? Yeah.
One other thing, Chairman, I apologize. Peter, when you purchased this property, could you describe how this property, what was the state of the property?
It was a dilapidated single-family home that was originally purchased by, I think, a developer back in 2000, maybe 5 or 6. It was on the market for, I want to say, I'm actually looking at the MLS right now. It looks like it was on the market for 208 days at various prices. It didn't find a buyer. It was listed for, it started off with 250,000 back in 2009, and then the price was being reduced to 159,000, and then 149, 139, 125. When I approached the property, the asking price for it was 100,000 even. And I made an offer, and a couple of weeks later, the offer was accepted. I bought it as is, cut the trees, cut the tree out, the mulberry tree that was overgrown on the lot. And we demolished the property, I believe, sometime in 2011 or 2012.
What did you pay for that property? Was it 79,000?
79,200, yes, which seemed back then quite a sum. There were homes available, for 100 plus, 150,000. So it wasn't. Today it sounds very low, but back in 2011, when the banks were not lending money to buy property as is with hard money, it was quite a sum.
And Peter, how much did it cost you for demolition, redoing the land, and to build the existing 3-unit building?
If I sum it all up, I'm close to $1 million into this property.
And currently, your net after taxes and you're making approximately 11% on your money. Is that about correct?
That's correct.
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we
Oh,
got
no,
on.
that's okay. So 11% currently, what does the percentage look like? And this goes a little bit to economic analysis. What does the percentage look like with the variation?
Actually, the percentage will slightly go down because if you look at the amortization of the $40,000, we're making, maybe it'll go up to 12%, but because we're only taking in an additional $3,600 a year and we're amortizing a loan of $40,000. So the first couple of years certainly are not going to increase that 11% by a dramatic amount. After a year, let's call it 10, when the $40,000 expenditure has been, then you're probably going to 13 or 14% return on your investment.
Okay. So then can we go get a little bit just direct on what the hardship here looks like?
Sure. Could we show the site plan, please? And we could go to the Sidwell or the zoning map. Here we go. If we look go back to, you look, the way the take came in, that it cut off, you can't go any deeper on this property. The widening of the Kennedy, as you can see, you only have a 5-foot alley access, so you can't utilize the alley. Therefore, we were allowed to receive the ability to enter the building off of Washtenaw. And that is really the hardship here. The other hardship is that when this part of the code allows up to a 10%. We're 107 feet from allowing the 4th unit. Yes, I agree that we knew this property when we bought it. Could we have availed ourselves at that time? We could have, but that does not mean there's nothing in the code. And quite candidly, in the review of some of the cases that have been in the board, there have been buildings that have been built on and then come back to this board for that very relief. And so that's why we're here. For 107 feet, the 4th unit makes this project slightly more advantageous to my client, but it also allows another unit to be put on the market. And in the last 2 years, there's been a very big push from the city for 4 units and also a range of units. As Peter has mentioned, he and his family own a number of buildings in the city. And when he built this, the idea was bigger units. In the last couple of years, it has been, people are looking for smaller units. And so that's our hardship. Our hardship is the way the land, because of the take, and it does not affect, this is usually Commissioner Toya's area, that it does not affect other lots on the block. We're the only one it affects.
Okay, yeah, and Paul, totally I understand. You know, we take these a little bit more sensitively when there's an organized objection.
Sure.
And I understand that it's a unique lot because of some historical reasons. So with that, any other questions from the board before we go over to the objectors? Okay, let's circle back after. I'd like to transition over to the objectors. So between Mr. Perzak, Ms. Fortman, and Ms. Slattery, is there someone who wants to start? We have no preference.
I'm okay to start. Can you hear
Great.
me?
Yes. Who's speaking?
My name is Kate Slattery, and I was the zoning chair of Logan Square Preservation the first time Mr. Sternick brought this up.
And actually, Ms. Slattery, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to get you sworn in. So can you state your name and address?
Sure. Catherine Slattery, 2138 North Spalding, Chicago, 60647.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say.
I'm sorry, this is the court reporter. I need a little more volume, please.
Let me see if I can help you. I've got it all the way up. If I talk louder, is that better?
That's great for me. And Donna, let us know if it lags. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, apologize if I'm shouting later, so I'll try and talk louder so you can hear me. My name's Catherine Slattery. I was a former zoning co-chair for Logan Square Preservation, which is a community group in the neighborhood. We've met the gentleman before, and I just wanted to oppose the two appeals because there is no hardship. The owner is an architect who purchased the lot and built the property knowing its irregular shape and lack of alley. They built the 3-unit building with additional utilities to make a 4th unit that they did not meet the requirements for under the current zoning for the property. Your board denied this appeal in 2019. The Zoning Board of Appeals listed their decision for this same 2 appeals in the minutes for November 2019 meeting. Motion to approve made by Chairman, seconded by Toya. Motion denied 2-3. And then the building owner, the applicant, has already had 2 deferrals, February and April. The February one was to reach out to the neighbors. He knows who Logan Square Preservation is. They have my contact information. We've met with them several times. We went to previous zoning hearings for the previous appeal and also for this one. So they do have a way to contact us. And they were given that 2-month extension and they did not make any attempt to contact us. And I, as a neighbor and also a member of Logan Square Preservation, do not support this appeal. There is no hardship, and thanks.
Great.
Can I ask a question, or do you want to wait?
Who's that?
This is Paul Kolpak.
No, so Paul, what I actually want to give the objector the option to ask questions.
I'll ask.
We'll circle back to you. I'll tell you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
So Ms. Slattery, do you have any questions for the applicant? Or if you don't, that's fine. And we can just go to another objector and continue the conversation.
I don't have any questions. I don't feel that this is necessary and there's no hardship. He's an architect and he knew what he was buying when he bought it. He put extra utilities in to kind of, skirt the system here. And I think he's wasting everyone's time.
Objection, I did not put any utilities.
Peter, hold off.
Okay. Hey, so I explained the process. Everyone just let me direct. The applicant will come back to you, okay? So Ms. Slattery, thank you very much. So I'm going to go now to either Ms. Fortman or Mr. Perzak, either one.
My name is Carolyn Fortman. I live at 2740 North Richmond Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60647. And I just want to say thank you to the commissioners for working with us at this time on a Friday night.
Yeah. And Ms. Fortman, really quick, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Okay. So number one, regarding parking, You know, we know that the school is there, but we also know that as the city is coming back, businesses, Logan Square is known for its restaurants and small businesses. And I'm seeing on my street on Richmond, a street that was 50% empty without cars in 2020. Over the last few weeks, it is packed 100%. And we're seeing this as people are coming back to the city. They're starting to work. The restaurants are opening on Diversey. And we will not have enough parking. We've already closed the only Logan Square parking lot, and that was at the Blue Line L, which will impact and has impacted the small businesses on Milwaukee Avenue. So we need to protect the parking that we've got. And my next point is, it is not incumbent upon us as neighbors to help us, an architect and a real estate broker and a small businessman like Peter is, to get more money out of his building. If that's the case, I'm going to come, and every neighbor that I know is going to come before the ZBA and say, we want some sort of assistance so that we can add more units to our buildings. We don't want that kind of density. He knew what he was building. Now, maybe it was hiding behind the mulberry tree that he took down when he bought the building, the property, but he knew exactly what he was building. And granting this variance, we will be rewarding the owner for ignoring the applicable zoning and invite other owners to plan in advance to create their own hardship and to request variances for what they cannot get at the time of construction. This is not right. I am against it. My neighbors are against it. My neighbors work during the day, even though they work from home. They can't sit all day at the screen and wait for this to be called. So they can't come and testify. We're testifying for them. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you for that. And I'll note too, it's totally fine they're not here. Like, we like quality over quantity when it comes to objectors. If you've watched this before, sometimes people go the opposite way. So thank you for that. And I'm going to go now to Mr. Perzak. So Mr. Perzak, if you're on, I'd like to get you sworn in. So just state your name and address. You're on mute. I see you logged in. There we go.
John Parizek, 2623 North Washtenaw, Chicago 60647.
Great. And Mr. Parizek, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
I purchased my 2-flat in 1984 and have lived here the past 37 years. When I moved in, I could park any place on the block, especially right in front of my home. But today I'm glad I have a garage because I can rarely park on the street any place because all the parking spots are used up. I didn't know anything about zoning when I purchased my home. I didn't know what the zoning code was, but I've learned a lot through the years, and I now feel like I'm educated on zoning. The Shy Partners LLC 2711 Washtenaw series, on the other hand, must be very knowledgeable about zoning. They bought the building for $79,200. Now, lots in Logan Square, a normal lot is going for around $300,000 today, maybe even a little more. I don't care about 2011. It was still much more than $79,200. If you could buy a single family home for $150,000, as was stated earlier in 2011, I'd like to know that too, because I think everything was at least $150,000 more than that. Average prices now are around $500,000 and up, and all the new ones, of course, are over $1 million. You asked for an extension in February to talk to the neighbor. You talked to him today. That was 4 months ago. So also I run the Logan Triangle Association. I'm also a board member on Logan Square Preservation. And if there's any other organization in the neighborhood, I'm probably on that board or associated with that group. So I don't know who you met with in a park. You don't seem to remember the name of the group, but I'm familiar with most groups. I'm familiar with a lot of my neighbors. Most of my neighbors, or a lot of my neighbors, sent in objections to this. So, you know, zoning, I think you're taking advantage of the zoning. You know, it's like there's a speed limit on the Kennedy Expressway, and it probably says 65 miles an hour or maybe 60. That's not a suggestion, that's the rule. Although some people do think it's a suggestion. So the zoning for this property, I think you're kind of considering that to be a suggested 3 units, but why not 4? I'll just repeat what Kate said briefly, but you have 4 mailboxes that you installed when the building was built for a 3 flat, and there's electrical panel for 5 electrical meters when there's only supposed to be 3 units and a building unit. So you've been planning ever since you bought and built the building to make it a 4 flat. So I object to your plan, and a lot of my neighbors do too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Parizak. So with that, I'm going to circle back to the applicant, and the applicant has some time for rebuttal, and we'll ask any questions of them too, based off of what the objectors just said, to make sure we get all the information that we need to make a decision. So Paul, if you're, I know you're still here, so go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I would ask a couple of questions, because one of the issues is the conversation with the neighbors. Ms. Slattery indicated that she lives at 2138 North Spalding. Ms. Slattery, do you have kind of an idea how far you are away from this property? By the way the crow flies.
I'm a board member of Logan Square Preservation, and I used to run the zoning committee, and I've met you several times. My property is not near this site, but I live in the neighborhood, and I've lived here since 1999. And I like to say that I'm an active participant in community activities, and this is one of those things. So I live probably, what is that, 3,400? So I'm closer to Kimball, maybe like 10, 15 blocks. But does it matter the proximity?
Approximately a mile, is that would be approximate?
You know, I couldn't say, but it's you know, I'd have to get on my bike to go over there, but it's, I live in the neighborhood.
I mean, we're just close. The reason I'm bringing this up, Mr. Chairman, is we did talk to the neighbors that were most affected. We did have a meeting at, I believe it was Athletic Field. I know I played there when I was a kid. And we heard the same things, that there was no hardship, that Peter was planning this. He could have availed himself. That's why this provision is in the code, that if you are within that 10%, it doesn't say that it has to be, that the property has to change after acquisition. There's no provision to that. Provision allows anyone from Ms. Fortman, Ms. Slattery, Mr. Parizak, if they were in the same position, they could avail themselves the same remedy that we're hoping to have here today. It's not a calculated plan or a manipulation of the zoning code. It's there for a purpose. The question, Peter, and you need to answer this, is the objectors, and by the way, I received no, for my 250-foot mailings, I received not one call from my office or one call from the alderman's office indicating that there was an issue. I understand that the people have filed their opposition, but we did not receive any direct contact from any of the within 250 feet of the property.
Am I
Peter,
allowed to respond to this?
I'm sorry?
Am I allowed to respond?
Yeah, you can go ahead, Ms. Larry.
Okay, I would just like to suggest that you ask Mr. Parizek if he received one of these letters. I don't know who the group that you met on the park field was, but as Mr. Parizek said, there aren't too many community groups in the area, and we had offered to meet with him. We have met with them in the past, and they did not reach out to us. We found out about this because we were watching the Zoning Board of Appeals notices, waiting for it to come, and I didn't get any contact from them. Thank you.
Mr. Parizek, I can answer that. Mr. Parizek, I believe, is approximately 450 feet, which is beyond the required notice. It wasn't that we try to, not give him notice. He's outside of the notice requirement, as well as Ms. Fortman, who is approximately, let's call it 1,500 feet from the site. So,
and I think we can move on because
I think we can.
no one's arguing they didn't get notice that was required, and we're all here. I think it's very valid that the objectors are here because of their involvement with community groups. So let's just move on from the topic.
All right, Peter, can there's an allegation that you knew that you were planning this when you bought it. Can you explain the electrical meters or anything else that did you design this at a point so that you could avail yourself in the future of a 4-unit building? And then why would it cost you $40,000 in order to implement that design? Peter? Oh, wait, Peter, you got to unmute yourself. Peter.
Here I am. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, initially when I first approached the property, no one wanted to buy it. It was a little scary. It's right off the expressway. It's a little noisy. So when you come up with design or business plan, you want to, excuse me, my phone. You want to have a plan B. Initially, I thought of doing a 3-unit condo and then sell them. But in the midst of the construction, we changed our plan to go rental. And if you go rental, the units are not needed to be as big because they could be hard to rent. And so it's not like I planned for whether it was the box or the mailbox. The mailbox, we usually did extra box if we go condominiums for the mailbox for the condo association. We've always done it. It's not like I planned it for here. But when you do a business plan right off the expressway, you do have plan B and plan C. I mean, I bought it a long time ago, 10 years ago. I didn't even realize it's been that long. But yeah, everybody seems to like the 79,000 price, but when it was listed for 100,000 and it was on the market forever, how come nobody bought it? That was actually something that, I was curious why nobody wants this piece of land or this home. And it was vacant there for a decade before. I don't know the details. Maybe John knows. He's lived there for 30 years. Why this home was left behind, unwanted, and then it sold for 79,000. Everybody seems to think I stole it. Well, I paid 79,000 for an unwanted piece of land that no one in Logan Square wanted to buy. And I made a plan A, which was a 3-flat, because I simply, you can't do 4 parking spaces, whether it's from the back or the front, you just can't do it. But plan B, but the lot yields 4 units being at 99% capacity, 3893. It's very close to 4,000. And the lot it's not a standard size. It's it's been, the shape has been changed with the expressway. So there's been a hardship since I bought it. It's just when you have plan A and plan B, I'm at plan B now. I may as well go back to plan A or plan C in the future. I never made any promises when I filed for a 3 flat that I would never exercise my right to file for a variation to get a 4 flat. I don't know why these people accuse me of playing the system. I'm not. I have a business plan A, business plan B, and business plan C. And as an owner, I have the right to use the ordinance and file for a variation. It costs me a lot of money and time. But
Thank you.
it's my right.
That's good. That's good. I think, and that's, I mean, Peter, as from the board's perspective, right? Like we're not arguing that. Anyone can come here and argue that they deserve a variation. They've just got to really adhere to our standards. So that's more of what we're looking at. So Paul, go right ahead. I do want to get to board questions. So I say just streamline whatever your remaining rebuttal is.
No, there's really no rebuttal. We did talk to the neighbors, who next door, we've already testified to that. I'm willing to take all the questions from the board. Values of property going back then, we know what we paid for it. So let's just say if the board has any questions, we'll respond to those questions.
Okay, great. Because I think they probably will. So any questions from the board?
Chairman, I have somebody else.
Go on, Zurich. I'll go second.
Oh, okay. I just had a couple of questions.
That's what it was.
For Peter. Are the 3 units that you have there, are they currently rented out? Oh, you're on mute.
Unmute.
Oops, it goes into mute by itself. I don't do it. I'm sorry.
So the question was, are the 3 units currently rented out?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And you're making an 11% return on that right now, on your investment?
Just about, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that 11% is a reasonable return?
I think it is.
That's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Toya, I believe
Yeah.
you had a question as well.
Yeah, I have a question. So you put it out there, but it never got answered. As one of the witnesses testified, there is 5 electrical meters.
No, that's a lie. When
Peter,
yeah,
this is incorrect.
Yeah, it's incorrect.
Okay. How many are there?
I have 4 meters, one of them being public and 3 for the units. I have a.
Would you say public? Is that the one that you as the landlord pays, for hallways and stuff like that? Is that what you mean by the public?
Yes, public is for a garage and hallways, correct.
So you get that electric bill as the landlord?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Prezek, I see your hand raised. I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask a question or speak, so long as it's nothing that we haven't already heard. Because this isn't a debate, it's just us collecting information to make an objective decision. So with that, go right ahead.
Thank you. I did not lie about the electric meters. I believe I stated the panel would accommodate 5. There are 4 now. And normally you would buy a panel for 4 meters. Now there is space for a 5th meter. So it's not a lie. It's just a fact that there is a space for a 5th meter. Also, the neighbor next door isn't really a neighbor. He's it's probably Jim, the building owner who lives in the suburbs and has 10 units with no parking for his tenants. And he could probably give a darn, what you do, because he's making his money and he's done that for as long as I have been in my building. And the other thing is the only hardship in this case are the tenants that are paying you $3,700 a month rent. I have a 2-flat. I have a 3-bedroom rental for $1,700. You want to charge $1,000 more than that. So, you know, it's not housing that's affordable in my estimation. You're just trying to make a lot of money off the neighborhood. I'm surprised that people will pay that. As you said, the expressway is noisy, but you're willing to charge them $3,700 for a 4-bedroom. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I think, yeah, okay, we can close because I'm not sure the relevancy there. So let's go back. Any additional questions from the board, or else I want to close this out? Okay, Paul, am I good to close, or do you want to take your closing? Because I did in my process tell you that you'd have a closing.
No, I think we presented our case. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking to try to get another unit on the property. We try to offer the community a 1-bedroom as well as a 3-bedroom. There seems to be a demand for that. And I think the city's looking at other things, Uber, Lyft, and everything else. What Peter paid for it many, many years ago, in my opinion, is irrelevant. But thank you again for everybody's time. Chairman, I'll be happy to respond to anything that you have.
Great. Okay, yeah, thank you everyone for your time, especially hanging out and coming to voice your objection and also present your case. We appreciate it. So we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, everybody. Be well. Be safe.
You too. Okay, moving right along. We're gonna, yeah, thank you. We're gonna go through the rest of the matters unless we have unanticipated delays. But for next up would be 131-21-S. And as Counselor gets situated, I'll read the recommendation. Or sorry, this is pro se. So actually, Jeanette Velasquez, if you're still on, can you please read the recommendation?
Yes. Okay. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics. And lastly, it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Thank you. Okay, so is Krishana Griffin on the call?
Chairman, I'm trying to promote Krishana Griffin. She has to click on allow to be panelist. There we go.
Perfect. We'll give them a second. So Krishana, you're muted, but you are promoted. Let us know if you can unmute and we can get going.
Hello? Can
Hi,
you
is
hear me
this-
now?
Yes, we can. This is Miss Griffin.
Yes, this is.
Great. Will you please state your name and address?
Krishana Griffin, 8058 South Bennett, Chicago, Illinois, 60617.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. And what brings you here today? Just tell us a little bit about the application and what you're trying to do.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a special use permit because there's actually a barber shop within 1,000 feet from the place I'm trying to get. And then I was continued because the alderman had wanted to basically have a conversation with me before everything goes forward. So now we're here.
Okay, great. And did you have any discussion with the alderman?
I personally did not have a discussion with him, but the property owners had a discussion with him, and he gave him the okay to give me the okay that they have my support, that I have their support. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Yes, and let's then we'll go ahead and move forward. So, will you tell us a little bit about your experience in the hair industry?
Okay, yes. I graduated from cosmetology school with my license back in 2015. Then I proceeded to graduate with my associates from college. After that, I got into the hair salon, and I've been full-time working in the hair salon professionally since 2017, which I could bring you guys up to date, more up to date. I now manage the salon on 95th and Laughing. It's called Just Be You Salon. So I'm in charge of that salon now. But basically, I'm just trying to branch off and start my own business. So yeah, that's really my speed right now.
Awesome. And will you employ people?
Will I employ people? No, I will not employ people. I will not be employing people.
Okay. Okay. So does it work then kind of like a salon suite setup? I see
Yes.
on there, so they're not technically your employees, but they're cutting hair in there or doing
Yeah, they're styling here and there. So basically, it's gonna be different girls offering different styles. They're like, some may offer wigs, some may offer extensions, some may offer natural styles. That's that. I won't be in charge of their money or anything. They'll just be basically paying me to rent the suite.
Okay, great. And will you make sure that they're licensed?
Yes, definitely.
Perfect. Okay. Any additional questions from the board for Ms. Griffin? Okay, sounds like none. Ms. Griffin, thanks for hanging out, especially so late on this. We appreciate your time and good luck with everything.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. All right, we're going to go to calendar number 138-21-S at 2806 West 63rd Street.
Chairman, do you mean 183?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused on this. Yeah, so sorry, we withdrew 138 and I just forgot to mark it. So on the last matter, it looks like. So we're going to go to 183-21-Z at 9001 South Halsted. So Councilor Powell, let us know when you're ready.
Chairman, I don't see Councilor Powell unless he's signed in as some different name. They can please raise the hand virtually.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Powell's on my phone. He's having technical difficulties.
Can you
Okay.
hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can.
And thank you for your patience. I'm standing right next. I was having difficulty with my smartphone, with Kareem.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. We've got you now. So feel free to go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Louis W. Powell III. I have offices at 53 West Jackson, Suite 1222 in Chicago. Mr. Chairman, today I'm here with Ms. Robin Wright, the owner and operator of the property located at 9001 South Halsted Street. For the record, this is a variation application to allow a proposed banquet hall medium venue requiring a public place of amusement license to be located within 125 feet of a RS-2 district. Mr. Chairman, please note that on July 24th, 2019, we went before the City Council to amend the zoning of this property from an M1-1 limited manufacturing business district to that of a C2-1 motor vehicle related commercial district under a type 1 application number. Application number for the record 20048T1. Mr. Chairman, with me today is Ms. Robin Wright, the owner of the property and the applicant of this for this variation application, along with Karoon Musawar, you heard several times today, our land use consultant. We have the support of Alderman Brookins, who stated support for us earlier in the day, and we've sent proper notice to the community. We've also met with the Greater Auburn Grayson Community Development Corporation, from whom we have a letter of support. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, if allowed, to bring aboard Ms. Robin Wright to ask questions.
Great. Yeah, Ms. Wright, can you please state your name and address?
Ms. Wright? Oh, she has to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Good. So can you please state your name and address?
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Wright. My address is 6052 Old Plank Boulevard, Matson, Illinois, 60443.
Great. And
Thank
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, she's previously stated her name and address for the record. Ms. Wright, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, please. You are
Yes,
the owner of the property located at 9001 South Halsted. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You purchased the property for the purpose of establishing the proposed multimedia event space, banquet facility with meeting rooms. Is that correct?
Yes.
You previously gone before City Council to amend the property from an M1-1 limited manufacturing park district to that of a C2-1 motor vehicle related commercial district. Is that correct?
Yes.
This use provides a public place of amusement license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because the facility is within 125 feet of RS-2 district, we are here before the zoning board seeking their approval of a variation to allow this facility to attain public place other than a public place amusement license. Is that correct?
Yes.
You filed for a building permit to renovate the existing one-story, 16,394 square foot former retail grocery store building with 120 off-street parking spaces into a meeting rooms, commercial kitchen, and event space, banquet hall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Wright, you have operated business for a number of years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also received formal training in operation of a banquet facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For the record, you met with Alderman Brookins and his staff and had their support as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have a list of clients that anticipate the opening of the facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also have sponsored several community events on the lawn of the facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Wright, should you open, you will continue to provide community programs and service at this venue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Should the chairman and members of the zoning board have any questions, we are available to answer them. Otherwise, we seek your approval of our variation application to allow a proposed banquet hall, medium venue requiring a public place of amusement license to be located within 125 feet of a RS-2 district. Mr. Chairman, we thank you for your time. and as well as the board for your consideration. And we'd like to thank the zoning staff for their help in the consideration. We are available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Counselor. And I think if we segue to Kareem a bit, because we need some information on here, or information here on the surrounding residential area. There's some question. We don't believe we got any photos of that until today, even though we asked for it. I'm just going to kind of look past that. But when we ask for something, we really need it ahead so that the board can review. But because of that, we need a description of what exactly is around this property.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this is Kareem Musawir.
Okay.
So there is around this property to the north, a church on the corner of 90th and Halster Street on the northeast corner. Behind that and along 90th Street are a number of single-family residences. As property is bounded on the north and the east primarily by single-family residences. The properties to the east of the property, across the alley to the east of the property, their garages back up to that public alley, and then there are single-family residences. Along the south side of the property is a active railroad property, and then south of that are some other additional single-family residences. Then across Halster Street is primarily a manufacturing district, and it has some manufacturing uses. Very heavy manufacturing uses. And then the property itself is a very, very large, 118,000 square foot lot, over 120 parking spaces.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, were there, Ms. Wright, did you talk to any like local neighbors about the concept before this? Have you basically talked to any neighbors?
Yes, sir, I did.
Great. How did those conversations go?
Open arms, they welcoming. They was like, it's much needed in the community, and I have their support.
Okay, great. And also, what's like an example that you would give of like the type of event you'll have most of? Are you having weddings? Are you having business meetings? Is it a mix?
It's a mix. Concierge, baby showers, anniversaries, retirement parties, any event that you would like to, rent the space, meetings, repairs.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What type of hours do you anticipate having?
Open from 10 a.m. until midnight.
Great. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay. I have one more question. We should ask. Do you intend to serve alcohol on the facility, Ms. Wright?
I didn't apply for a liquor license. Only if I brought in a caterer.
Okay, so when the caterers come in, they can serve?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I think that works. Commissioner Toya would tell me otherwise. He's the expert on the alcohol issues.
Yeah, so just a quick question. So you got a catering liquor license? That's what you got?
No, I will hire a caterer. If
you'll hire a caterer, and you'll hire a caterer that has a liquor license, but then they have to have a catering liquor license to bring liquor in, because there's different forms of liquor license, right? There's tavern, there's incidental, and then there's catering liquor license. I just want to make sure you know that as you go forward, if you're going to hire caterers and they're going to bring in the spirits and the beer and the wine, they got to make sure they have a catering liquor license so they can transport the liquor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure we go. And then if you do bring in the liquor, I mean, if you know, obviously if you hire a caterer and you're going to have spirits and wine and beer on premise for a party, are you going to have security? I think the chairman did touch on that, but now that we're talking about alcohol, I want to know what your procedure will be when you hire a caterer that brings in spirits, beers and wine.
Absolutely. It's a package deal. You must have security.
Okay, so if we put that in, if we grant this, would you have a problem with us putting that in, you know, in the special use for the PPA that anytime liquor was on the establishment, there would be security there? Would you be okay
Yes,
with
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Wright, and thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Wright, thank you for coming today. We appreciate your time, and good luck with everything.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, and we'll circle back and take it under consideration.
Yes, sir.
Great. All right, and I just want to say out loud, because I think there was some confusion because we didn't cover it in continuances and withdrawals. Calendar number 138-21-S was withdrawn prior to today's hearing. All right. So we've made it through our agenda. I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session. The live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Great. I vote yes. We're now closed to consider testimony. Thank you, everyone. Just looks like we got to get Sam back. Ah, there we go.
Sam's back.
Wonderful. Okay. I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back from open session. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve the previous continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald, oh, sorry, did you say yes?
Yes.
This is just the continuances. Okay, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, such matters are continued. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move to, and now we're going to go into regular vote. I move to approve application for calendar number 177-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 233-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 234-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 235-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 236-21-Z with the added condition that the applicant shall provide security when alcohol is being served on the subject property. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 238-21-Z with the same condition that the applicant provides security when alcohol is being served on the subject property. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
okay, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 239-21-S and 240-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 241-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 242-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald, Commissioner McDonald, sorry.
Why you can't hear me? I apologize. Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 243-21-S, 244-21-Z, and 245-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 247-21-S. Sorry, we're going to take these two separately, so let me start over. I know we took them together in the hearing, but we're going to take them separately. So I move to approve application for calendar number 247-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
No.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no, the matter is denied. I move to approve application for calendar number 248-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 249-21-Z and 250-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 251-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 252-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 253-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 254-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 255-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 256-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 257-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 258-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 259-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 260-21-S and 261-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 264-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 265-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 266-21-S and 267-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 268-21-S. Commissioner Toya second, Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 269-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no, the matter is denied. I move to approve application for calendar number 270-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 271-21-S and 272-21-Z with the amended agenda to show 6037 West Ardmore. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 273-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 278-21-S and 279-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 280-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 33-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 68-21-Z and 69-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald, Commissioner McDonald,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no, the matters are denied. I move to approve application for calendar number 131-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 183-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
I think you
yeah,
have.
you got to add that amendment in. We've been
sorry
adding.
about that. Yep, thank you, everyone. Keeping me true. I appreciate that. So I move to approve calendar number 183-21-Z with the condition that is provided that the applicant provides security when alcohol is being served on the subject property. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Okay. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 115-21-Z, 122-21-Z, 107-21-S, 108-21-Z, 109-21-S, and 110-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. They are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's May 21st, 2021 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 197-21-Z, 198-21-Z, and 135-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and they are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. I want to give an always thanks to Francis Marcus, Victor, Janine, Jeanette, Kamal, Kate, Donna. There's a lot of people that make this happen every month, and the work goes on all month. So we really appreciate the help. I want to wish everyone both a happy Pride and a happy Juneteenth, the first time the holiday has been recognized. So there's, I hope you celebrate with that. So until next time, thank you, everyone.
Why don't you say happy 4th of July too? We ain't gonna see everyone until 4th of July, so might as well
That's
throw
true.
that in too.
That's true.
Now you got it all. Now you got it all.
Throw in Happy Father's Day to the fathers out there.
Okay, that's getting a bit much.
Right, there you go. There you go.
Fathers have days too. Okay, so thank you, everyone. We'll see you next time.
Happy holidays.